My name is Chielo Zona Eze. I am Bernard Bromell Distinguished Research Professor in the English Department of Northeastern Illinois University. I am one of the founding members of Northeastern Illinois University Genocide and Human Rights Research in Africa and the Diaspora. Welcome to our 8th annual conference. May I use this opportunity to express our concern with the human rights situation in Ukraine. Our hearts go out to the suffering people of that great country. 9 years ago, when Dr. Janine Ntiregeza came to my office to ask whether I could join forces with her to establish a study group to investigate genocide in Africa and the diaspora, I never imagined that the study group would hold, much less grow into what it has become today, an international research group with members across America, Africa, and Europe. We never imagined that we would secure a center at our university, but thankfully, our current president, Dr. Gloria Gibson, provided us with one. We have held many symposia, study sessions, and international conferences. We have attracted such world-renowned scholars on genocide, such as René Lemachon, and on human rights, such as Dr. Bonnie Ibawo. And today, we are exceedingly happy to have other world-class scholars, Mahmoud Mamdani and Leon Sindikumana. It's now my honor to invite Dr. Janine Ntiregeza to officially open this conference. Dr. Janine Ntiregeza holds a PhD in linguistics from the University of Chicago. While on a Fulbright, she obtained an MA in linguistics from Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. Her BA with distinction in English language and literature is from the University of Burundi. Her 3 theses are about African linguistics. For 10 years, Ntiregeza chaired the combined departments of anthropology, English language program, global studies, philosophy, TESOL, and School for the Advancement of English Language Learning at NAU. For 20 years, she has been highly engaged in teacher training and curriculum development. She is, of course, the director of Northeastern Illinois Genocide and Human Rights in Africa and the Diaspora. Please help me to welcome Dr. Ntiregeza.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eze, for the beautiful introduction. Welcome, everyone. I know that some of you are in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. So hello, everyone. We're so glad you joined us for this wonderful opportunity to learn, to inquire, to discuss, to comment. So we encourage everyone to participate the best you can in the chat, by asking questions, suggestions, and comments, and all of that. This was supposed to be an in-person inaugural conference. So because last year was virtual, so we had hoped that this time it would be face-to-face and virtual, hybrid, but it didn't happen. So we hope that next year we can all gather in person at Northeastern Illinois University, which is located here in Chicago. We are in a space of the land of past and present peoples, of indigenous peoples that we found here that were here way before us. So it's important we recognize them in their space. I would like to also express our support for the people of Ukraine, joining my colleague, Dr. Eze, for that. Our hearts go out to them during these very difficult times. We know that the suffering they are enduring is shared by so many in the world. So we owe our growth, the center's growth, to so many people, but particularly to our research group. And present today with us is, again, as you heard, Dr. Chirozona Eze. And then we have Dr. Jermaine McLaughlin with us, Dr. Aiseto Ibrahima, Dr. Sharon Beteya, Dr. Christopher Lo, and we have also with us people who have supported us through the years. I want to be able to name them all, but we are so grateful. Our team now has grown to about 11 research members who are committed to the work we are doing to study genocide and human rights in Africa. And I'm going to insist, in Africa and the diaspora. Very important, it's a space that hasn't been studied enough. So many silenced genocides, and that's really our goal, to talk about it to everyone, especially in education, and our university is known for education. That's what we do best. Okay, so I doubt that our center would have come into existence, as Dr. Eze said, at this time, the way it did, if it hadn't been for the encouragement and the support of Dr. Gloria Gibson, the president of Northeastern Illinois University. Unfortunately, due to a last-minute conflict, she could not be with us. But she was able to send us someone who is highly qualified to offer the conference opening remarks in her stead. So do we have Dr. Elsie on?
Yes, I am here. Thank you
wonderful,
so much.
wonderful.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
It is my distinct honor to introduce Dr. Andrea Elsie, who goes by Drea. Dr. Elsie recently joined Northeastern Illinois University as Chief of Staff. She completed her undergraduate degrees at the University of California, Santa Cruz, earning bachelor's degrees in both politics and sociology. She graduated with her master's degree at the University of Southern California in post-secondary administration and student affairs, and her doctoral degree at USC is in higher education administration and organizational leadership. Additionally, she studied advanced education leadership and policy at Harvard University. Among many of Dr. Elsie's vast experiences in K-16 education, she most notably led efforts in the design, development, and programmatic management of the City Colleges of Chicago, Chicago Public Schools, and the Office of the Mayor's Collaborative Post-Secondary Navigation Student Success Initiative. Dr. Elsie's academic research is focused specifically on innovation and disruption in higher education and the student experience. She has served in various roles across the university areas in both academic and student affairs, making her a fantastic addition to Northeastern Illinois University. Please help me welcome Dr. Elsie to offer opening remarks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the warm welcome, Dr. Gibson. She absolutely loves this conference. She named that it's unfortunate that she could not be here today, but she was happy to send some remarks that I am happy to share on her behalf. Now go ahead and deliver the remarks. Thank you so much for the invitation to deliver welcome remarks today. I'm sorry I cannot be with you. This conference continues to grow in numbers, but more importantly, to grow in its global impact, local, regionally, and beyond. As a global community, we remain touched by various histories and lived experiences of the many mass atrocities that we have witnessed due to genocide worldwide. Too many times, we've bared witness to the suffering of various ethnic, racial, and religious peoples throughout our shared histories. Just as we continue to bear witness to this in both history books and in real time, we also move forward with the call to action to end the marginalization of communities of African descent. This conference is especially important at this moment. In this moment in history, with the current conflict taking place in Ukraine and the anti-Black violence that we witness among refugees, fleeing war-torn nations, we cannot underestimate the complexity of what it means to achieve self-determination when one's recognition as a human being is consistently questioned. Genocide is not just about the physical killing of human populations. It is also about the systemic cultural erasures, the destruction of lands that feed our communities, and access to environments and care that allow us to have and raise healthy children into adulthood. Genocide in Africa cannot be separated from the systemic state violence against African Americans in the United States. Public recognition of this violence reached a peak in the summer of 2020 with the murder of George Floyd. During that summer, we witnessed the largest global social protests in history. African and African American peoples carried forward a legacy of freedom and struggles and indigenous knowledge that offer worldwide views that value diversity and the interdependence of all life. Freedom struggles hone our capacity to identify the conditions that feed legacies of genocidal violence and to generate strategies that can uproot the causes and heal the wounds of this violence. There's an ever-pressing need to continue these discussions and to continue the support and the efforts that amplify the rich cultures and varied identities of our African community members. As a global community, we've come a long way in the punishment and the crime of genocide and the recognition of human rights. But we, as a common collective, also recognize there is much to be done to both uplift communities that have been deeply affected by the acts of genocide, and also to ensure that we are doing our part to support and understand the ways in which we can stand in solidarity with the peoples of the African diaspora. At NAIU's university campus, we encourage and we hear these voices. We recognize intentionally our African community. We remain steadfast to our commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion. And we not only recognize the larger struggles of these communities in the context of their historical lenses, but we also lean into our collective power in our students. Our students represent the influence and power of the new generation of thinkers and the new generation of social justice leaders. Our staff and our faculty all embrace our mission and vision of our institution, which is deeply rooted in the elevation of respect for community members and of all backgrounds and identities. I thank you so much for the opportunity to voice my thoughts today and for continuing to steward these critically important conversations. I know that our NAIU community will continue to both recognize and uplift the significance of these experiences and what they teach us about peace and global humanity. I thank all of the participants, and I especially thank the conference organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elsie. May I use this opportunity to invite one of our founding members, Dr. Jermaine McAlpin, to make a short remark on Ukraine.
Thank you, Professor Eze. Good morning, conference attendees, and welcome to this very important dialogue, what I would call a courageous conversation dealing with the reality of genocide. Genocide and human rights in Africa and her diasporas is important in this process. And today we wanted to just unequivocally declare the dignity and humanity of the people of Ukraine. It is important that, as George Santanaia said in 1921, if we don't learn from history, we'll be fated to repeat it. It's important that we place the contemporary situation in historical context, given the reality that when we talk about genocide, as Dr. Gibson and several others have echoed, the point of genocide is to erase. It is to remove the robe of recognition and in its place to stain a people with the indignity of amnesia and forgetfulness. It is important that we understand that this is therefore not the first time that people have had to declare their right as human beings, to be treated as human beings. And we would want this to be brought into existence by any means necessary. Those were the words of Malcolm X, so echoed in 1964. But we often only know the last part of the course, which is about by any means necessary. we at GRAD are important in this fight and advocacy for recognition of peoples around the world who have been victimized through aggression. It's important that we remember and recall in 1931 through 33, the Holodomor genocide of the Ukrainian people and the Soviet invasion, Soviet Russia's invasion in 1931, and the forced famine and starvation of almost 4 million Ukrainians. So we pause and we reflect, and in solidarity honor the dignity of the Ukrainian people. But it would be remiss of us as an organization and as a collective to not also speak out about the reality that, like Dr. King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And the indignity and the ignoble treatment of non-African, non-European peoples, even in the space of this tragedy, is a tragedy within a tragedy. I also want to remind us that we should not neglect the remark and regard of tragedies unfolding across the world. Oftentimes we have this very esoteric understanding of genocide, where we focus only on those things that are on the media's purvey. It's important, as we are doing with this conference today and with the eminent speakers, it would be remiss of me to not acknowledge Professor Mamdani, because his books, Citizen and Subject, and many others, shaped my transition into studying African politics 25 years ago. Why is this important to mention Africa again? Because we have so many forgotten and silent genocides. We think of the peoples of Darfur and the South Sudan. We think of the peoples of Ethiopia. We think of the peoples in Nigeria. We think of the peoples in the Congo, both DRC and Congo Brazzaville. We think of people who are being victimized simply because they identify with a particular group of people. And so not only do we aim to remove the stain and the stigma of second-classness, but we want to speak out against the ill treatment, the maltreatment, the subhuman and dehumanizing treatment of persons who are in vulnerable situations, as those peoples of African descent who are scattered across Europe, fleeing persecution and war in Ukraine, who have themselves become victims of another kind. Let us remember that racism is not just prejudice. It is a global system of domination and oppression where people treat people simply different because of how they look. We are minded to recall that racism is not a biological reality, but it is a social construction that we've given social significance. Because after all, we embrace the reality that though we are distinct in our cultural identifiers, we belong to one race, the human race. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dr. McCarpin.
Pleasure.
I have the honor to introduce the Dean of Northeastern Illinois University's College of Arts and Sciences, Dr. Katrina Bell Jordan. Dr. Bell Jordan came to Northeastern Illinois University, joining the Department of Communication, Media, and Theater as an assistant professor. She served for 7 years as this department's chair before joining the College of Arts and Sciences in 2015 as associate dean. Dr. Bell Jordan went on to serve 3 years as interim dean until her appointment to College of Arts and Sciences dean in 2020. She obtained her doctoral degree from Ohio University School of Interpersonal Communication. And her teaching has been in the areas of media literacy, media theory, rhetorical theory and criticism, and news writing. And her research has been in the area of critical media studies, the politics of race and representation in the media, and the rhetoric of popular culture. And she has published in journals such as Critical Studies in Media Communication, Women's Studies in Communication, and Performance Studies. Please help me to welcome Dr. Katrina Bell Jordan.
Annual Conference on Genocide and Human Rights Research, and to introduce our keynote speaker. Each year, the GRAD conference features a distinguished community of scholars and presenters from around the world who share a commitment to genocide and human rights research. So I would like to begin by offering tremendous appreciation to all of this year's conference organizers, especially for the leadership of Drs. Sharon Bethea, Chieze, and Aissatou Ibrahima, for what promises to be an incredible 2 days of scholarly engagement and critical conversations. As you know, this year's conference focuses on agency, ethics, and everyday heroes, and the development of strategies for preventing genocide and human rights abuses in Africa and the diaspora. And I look forward to its engagement with key historical and political narratives, its highlighting of the role of agency and education in genocide and human rights prevention, and its testimony to the tools and acts of resistance performed by everyday people in confronting genocide and human rights abuses. I'm therefore very pleased to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Mahmoud Mamdani, who we are thrilled to be participating in this important dialogue. Professor Mamdani is an expert in the field of African history and politics and serves as Columbia University's Lehman Professor of Government, as well as director of the Makere Institute of Social Research in Kampala, Uganda. His distinguished academic and professional background includes serving as founding director of the Center for Basic Research in Kampala, Uganda, president of the Council for the Development of Social Research in Africa, and teaching appointments at the University of Dar es Salaam, Makere University, and the University of Cape Town. Professor Mamdani is also author of Saviors and Survivors, Darfur, Politics, and the War on Terror, When Victims Become Killers, Colonialism, Nativism, and the Genocide in Rwanda, and most recently, Neither Settler Nor Native, The Making and Unmaking of Permanent Minorities. So on behalf of the College of Arts and Sciences and Northeastern Illinois University, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome Professor Mamdani and to thank him for serving as the keynote speaker for this year's conference on genocide and human rights research. Thank you.
With my screen.
Oh, wonderful. Great.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. I thank the organizers of this conference, particularly Professor Ntihira Geza and the Center for Genocide and Human Rights Research in Africa and the Diaspora. Thank you for mentioning my most recent book. This evening, it's evening in Kampala. I'd like to draw on that particular book to focus on 3 issues. The first is the history of the nation state, distinguishing between its 2 phases, the illiberal and the liberal. Based on this, I will distinguish between 2 tendencies: the genocide of minorities on the one hand, and their tolerance on the other. Second, I will explore the birth of a 2-state solution in North America, particularly in the United States of America, and with it the birth of the notion of different kinds of citizens, sovereign and non-sovereign, first in the US, and then its export to South Africa, Nazi Germany, and finally to Israel. This is at the same time the construction of an epistemological project that grounded the political distinction between sovereign and non-sovereign subjects in a legal distinction. At first religious, then a distinction between races and tribes. Third, and I think this relates directly to your concern, I will connect extreme violence as a consequence of modern nation-state building in the post-colonies. Should we think of extreme violence as the consequence of a criminal project executed by individuals, no matter how numerous, along lines of the criminal model popularized by Nuremberg and today upheld by the International Criminal Court and the human rights community? Or should we think of it as a political project, a notion born of the transition from apartheid in South Africa? What can we learn from the failure of denazification and the relative success of post-apartheid South Africa? I have a critique of the Human Rights Project, and I will make it in this third part. What is transportable in the South African experience? What does South Africa have to teach us? To answer this question, I take a fresh look, a look through South African lenses at Israel-Palestine, likely the most intractable political problem in today's world. So let me begin with the nation state and its two histories. The nation state was born in Liberia in 1492. Its agenda was summed up by a single slogan: one country, one people, one religion. This project set fire to relations between majority and minorities within the boundaries of the state, setting in motion processes of ethnic cleansing, specifically of Jews and Muslims in Iberia. This was followed by a century of religious wars in Europe. I identify this as the first, the non-liberal phase in the making of the nation state. The liberal solution to religious wars was the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. Two key components of the modern state were born at Westphalia: religious toleration at home and the reciprocal guarantee of sovereignty abroad. John Locke theorized the liberal solution in his Treatise on Tolerance, published in 1689. Catholics can be tolerated if they renounce any political support of the Pope or of any power outside England. This is how Locke formulated the key tenet of the liberal theory of the nation state. The liberal notion of the nation state turned majority and minority into permanent political identities. Only the majority has sovereignty. In England, at the time Locke was writing, Protestants. The minority, again in England at the time Locke was writing, Catholics, must not participate in sovereignty. The notion of a sovereign majority alongside non-sovereign minorities was the original sin of liberal political theory. Now, in what follows, I'd like to comment on four issues. First, by taking the US as a case, I will compare the colonial conquest of Indians and the racial domination of Africans to distinguish between colonial conquest and racial domination as two different ways of subjugation, each with a radically different consequence. Second, I ask, what is the difference between an immigrant and a settler? Third, I suggest we think of two different ways of thinking of political identity, as political and changing in one case, as opposed to natural and unchanging. To historicize identity is to see it as born of a particular form of the state, and therefore as changeable. But to see it as the ground for a natural and permanent claim is to think of identity as a timeless expression of a trans-historical and innate cultural self. Finally, I suggest that we decouple the nation and the state as we seek an alternative to the nation state. Let me begin with the United States of America and the birth of a two-state solution, since this is where the conference is being held. Charity begins at home. Know thyself. I would like to distinguish between the structural position of two minorities in the US, American Indians and African Americans. How should we call the pre-Columbian resident communities of the Americas? As Indians or as natives? What's in a name? Indian is the name Columbus gave peoples of the New World. Today we consider native a more politically correct designation. Yet neither the US government nor the peoples they colonized accept it. The museum in Washington, DC, dedicated to pre-Columbian civilizations in the Americas, is called the Museum of the American Indian. It is not called the Museum of the Native American. The 1964 Civil Rights Act did not apply to Indians in reservations. A separate Indian Civil Rights Act had to be passed in 1968. To be sure, the two acts are not the same. The 1964 Act is constitutionally binding, whereas the 1968 Indian Act is not. It is only advisory. Reservation Indians are not and never have been rights-bearing citizens of the United States in a constitutional sense. There were no reservations before the United States. The reservation was a creation of the United States. Though the reservation is geographically within the territory of the US, it's a polity separate from the US. The Europeans who came to America were not immigrants, they were settlers. What is the difference? Whether they seek equality or advantage, immigrants come to join existing polities. Settlers come to displace existing polities and establish their own exclusive sovereignty. Indian reservations are not part of the sovereign state we call the United States. In the words of Chief Justice John Marshall in mid-19th century, reservations are, quote, domestic dependent colonies. The term Indian tribal sovereignty, another politically correct phrase, masks this reality of colonial domination. Legally, reservation Indians are wards of Congress. Reservation authorities are overseen by a vast federal bureaucracy known as the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The Bureau is no different from the colonial bureaucracy that governed any indirect rule colony in Africa. The Indian reservation was part of a two-state solution. The two-state solution, a sovereign state alongside a non-sovereign protectorate, was Lincoln's contribution in the second half of the 19th century. It claimed to provide a permanent solution for Indians who had survived the genocide. Germany also embraced a two-state solution after Nuremberg. Instead of reintegrating Jews as equal citizens in a single state, as part of a one-state solution, post-Holocaust Germany embraced the idea of a separate state for Jews. As a result, even if the Nazi project was defeated militarily, it survived politically. The two-state solution gave the Nazi project a longer lease, a longer political lease. The latest version of the two-state solution is in Israel-Palestine. In contrast to South Africa, where the population was subordinated, majority of the population in Israel was expelled outside its boundaries, as it had been in the US when Indians were herded into reservations. America also originated the notion of differentiated citizenship, with only some participating in sovereignty. Until 1921, Indians were nationals, but not citizens. After that, Indians had first to be purged as members of Indian polities before they could be naturalized as US citizens. They were not considered native-born US citizens. They were naturalized. Colonized Indians and African slaves represent two different colonial solutions. Both were turned into minorities, one inside the state, the other outside it. One was sustained by colonial conquest, the other by racial domination. The consequences have been radically different. Racial and colonial domination are not the same, even if racial discrimination is common to both. Reservation Indians have a different relationship to the US from that of African Americans. Colonization refers to conquest of territory. The American Indian symbolized land which has been stolen. The African slave embodied captive and coerced labor. The one-state solution provided a political frame for the development of the struggle against Jim Crow and racial domination. Even if it proceeded by fits and starts, even receding at times, the one-state framework both underlined the necessity of developing alliances and made it possible. The two-state solution explains both the continued isolation of the reservation Indian through colonization and their ongoing fragmentation as a people. The radical difference in the political effect of each solution is clear from the American case. The one-state solution has provided a political context for alliance building in a general emancipatory struggle. In contrast, a two-state solution has imposed isolation on an oppressed group by imposing on it a separate political home, a protectorate, and compounded that isolation with ongoing fragmentation in multiple reservations. I conclude that a one-state solution is politically preferable to a two-state solution. The American model was exported to a number of places, among these South Africa, Germany, and Israel. Let's look at South Africa. South African settlers attained state independence in 1910. A delegation visited North America, USA, and Canada 2 years later to study how Indians were governed. Three key elements of governance were imported to South Africa: homeland, traditional authority, and customary law. The starting fiction was that every tribe has lived in a territorially contained homeland from time immemorial. The fiction of a homeland in reality masked a program to expel each tribe from the bulk of its historical lands. Second, every homeland was said to have been administered by a traditional authority, also said to have existed from time immemorial, sanctioned by custom, more or less eternally. This authority was said to be customary, not elected. Third, this traditional authority claimed the right to enforce a customary law on those living in the homeland. Custom too was said to have been there from time immemorial. For custom to coexist with civilization, settlers insisted custom be excised of all repugnant practices or notions. Repugnant is a legal term used by settlers. I will return to discussing the lessons of the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa after a discussion of Germany and Israel. South Africa was not the only one that learned from the US. So did Nazi Germany and Hitler. Hitler drew two lessons from the US. The first was that genocide is doable and therefore thinkable. Hitler was full of admiration for America's westward expansion, the project during which the Indian genocide took place. The second lesson Hitler learned was that it is possible to create a second and a third-class citizenship, as of African Americans, Indian citizens after 1921, and later Puerto Ricans. Hitler appointed a committee of lawyers to study American citizenship laws. This background preparation led to the drafting of Nuremberg laws. The learning process has been documented by James Q. Whitman of Yale University in his book, Hitler's American Model. I argued that post-war denazification failed because the Allies shut their eyes to the political project that inspired and propelled Nazism. Nazism was a striving for a purified nation state, one that would go beyond distinguishing the national majority from national minorities to purifying the nation by expunging all minorities. Thus, Nazism was a return to the pre-Westphalian illiberal nation state. After the Second World War, there was an American debate on Nazism. Was Germany liberated or occupied? Was Nazism a state project or a social project? Who should be held responsible for Nazism? The nation or the state? Nazi leaders or the German people? The American consensus was that the responsibility for Nazism lay with the German people. At Nuremberg and after, millions were considered criminally culpable, though each one individually. Yet Nazism was never probed as a political project. This was the birth of the human rights paradigm. A similar debate unfolded inside Germany, particularly among German left intellectuals, the most prominent being Franz Neumann and Herbert Marcuse. Neumann wrote Behemoth, a book that dissected National Socialism. His answer, Nazism was neither just a state project, nor just a project of German society. Nazism was rather a nation-state project, a project of both the Nazi state and the nation, the folk, to eradicate the presence of national minorities, Jews, Roma, and others from state territory. From this point of view, Nazism was above all a political project. Denazification would thus require an alliance of all anti-Nazi forces, external and internal. The Allies and those sections of German society that had resisted Nazism. Denazification would have to be a primarily political and not a criminal project. This is the beginning of a foundational critique of the human rights project. But Americans were unwilling to do so. Only the Soviets were willing in the East, but only temporarily, and not after the Berlin Uprising. I argue that Nuremberg failed to root out Nazism politically. To understand why, I distinguish the criminal model, which understands violence as the result of antisocial acts of individual perpetrators. This is the human rights model. From the political model, which sees extreme violence as the result of group mobilization around a collective nation-state project. Rather than individualize the violence as a standalone act, I point to cycles of violence sustained by groups mobilized as so many constituencies. Rather than catalog atrocities so as to name, shame, and punish individual perpetrators in the fashion of Human Rights Watch, I seek to identify the issues around which constituencies were and are mobilized. More importantly, rather than exclude perpetrators from the political process, I seek to include them along with all those who survived, victims, perpetrators, beneficiaries, bystanders. I use the term survivor differently from how it was used after the Holocaust or after the Rwandan genocide, not just to refer to surviving victims of extreme violence, but to all who survived the catastrophe we know as extreme violence. The point is to try and stop the cycle of violence by shifting attention from perpetrators to the issues that drive the violence. I would like to return to the Westphalian project and connect it to the modern colonial project. I'd like to suggest that we think of political liberalism as part of a counterinsurgency project, not only in Europe after Westphalia, but also in the colonies. One example, that of Sudan, provides an opportunity to study race and tribe making, race making and tribe making as a political project by the colonial power, Britain. I return to late 19th century. The late 19th century Mahdiya in the Sudan was one of three events that shook the foundation of the British Empire between mid and end 19th century. The others were the Indian Uprising of 1857 and the Morant Bay Rebellion in the West Indies a decade later. The subsequent imperial reform was led by Henry Maine, a member of the Viceroy's Legal Commission in India, who argued that the Indian Uprising was the result of an epistemic defect. Maine called for an epistemic rethink that would both anchor the colonial project in a reshaped custom and fracture the colonized into smaller groups, each claiming a longer and thus authentic history. I examined this project in the context of Britain's reformed governance as it unfolded in two steps following the imperial defeat of the Mahdiya. The first step divided the population of Sudan into two major blocks, each identified as a separate race, one Arab, the other African. In Sudan, the language of race begins with colonialism. The second step was to divide each race into several tribes. Even if tribe may previously have designated a distinct cultural group, an ethnic group in the language of anthropologists, it now became the basis of several connected claims: a separate homeland, a traditional authority enforcing its customary law. An ethnic group becomes a tribe when it is politicized. And to be politicized means that the ethnic group is connected with a particular territory and therefore sovereignty. The Sudanese anti-colonial movement embraced these claims as if they were natural. The anti-colonial movement was thus more of a derivative than a creative act. From the start, the anti-colonial movement presented itself as a national movement. Embracing the language of nation, anti-colonialists described their struggle as nationalist, their object being to set up their own nation through an act of national self-determination. But that didn't settle the question. The question was, who was the nation? Who was the self in self-determination? Was the nation Arab, Islamic, or African? These three definitions of the nation sum up the three phases in the nationalist movement that followed state independence in 1954. The person who came closest to breaking through the nationalist mythology was John Garang, who argued that Sudan was both African and Arab, that Arabic was a language and Africa was a place. You could thus be both Arab and African. He called for a new Sudan, a state that would acknowledge Arabs and Africans as among its citizens. Garang's political project seemed to die with Garang when he was murdered. Those who replaced him in the SPLA called for the division of Sudan into two homelands, one for Arabs, the other for Africans. Backed up by a coalition of Western states led by the Troika, the US, Britain, and Norway, the project gave birth to an independent South Sudan, which in no time disintegrated as different tribal militias fought over the spoils, which included cabinet positions, ministries, even districts, each claiming the right to its own tribal homeland in a South Sudan that should rightfully be a federation of tribes. In less than 2 years, the tribal coalition fell apart and a tribal war followed in 2013. Faced with this unanticipated catastrophe in the short aftermath of a much celebrated independence, the African Union set up an independent 5-person commission of inquiry. The commission produced 2 reports. The majority report reproduced the logic of Nuremberg and the human rights community and cozied up to the International Criminal Court. It denounced the violence as criminal and demanded that individuals be held responsible for it. As always with the discourse on criminal justice, the assumption was that the state cannot commit a crime. This is the problem in human rights discourse, one problem. The state cannot commit a crime, only individuals in the state can. I authored the Minority Report and suggested we think of violence as political, and thus look for a solution by calling for the reform of the state based on a project other than that of creating a nation state. What is crime? It is breaking state law. By definition, the state cannot commit a crime. Only individual state agents can. So how do we understand the violence enabled by state law? Not as criminal, but as political. Not as Nuremberg did, but as the South Africans did. Let me turn to Israel and the US. Are Jewish people in Israel settlers or immigrants? The Jewish population of Mandate Palestine belonged to three groups. First were those who had never left. They were among the natives of Palestine. Second were those who returned to the Holy Land on a pilgrimage seeking a religious homeland. They were content to be part of the existing polity. This group were known as the first aliyah. They were immigrants. Then followed those in the second and the third aliyahs. They looked to create their own exclusive polity, a Jewish nation state in place of the existing polity. These are the settlers. The settlers seek to create their own state. Zionists drew a lesson from Germany. Victims of the nation-state project in Germany and in Europe, Zionists decided to set up a nation-state in Eretz Israel. The Zionist state project unfolded in two phases. The first reduced the Palestinians from a majority to a minority. This catastrophic expulsion is known as the Nakba. The Zionist project has continued to demonize the minority that remained within its territorial boundaries as a demographic threat whose numbers must be cut down. In other words, the Nakba continues. Palestinians inside Israel do not participate in sovereignty. They have rights, even political rights, including the right to vote, but they do not participate in power. This vision has become clearer as the state project has been redefined. From Israel as a Jewish and democratic state to Israel as a Jewish state. In this context, Palestinians face two options. A one-state solution where they would face racial exclusion, including political marginalization, but within the same state. In contrast, the two-state solution would create a protectorate and lead to indirect rule colonialism under Zionist rule. Neither settler nor native, book I talked about earlier, argues that a one-state solution will provide a better framework for building alliances for a durable resistance. Second, I argue that resistance is not enough. One also needs the vision of a different future. I propose that we look at the South African transition from apartheid for a glimpse of a third alternative, for an alternative vision. A different vision emerged in South Africa in the 1970s. Before the 1970s, anti-apartheid politics was largely derivative. It uncritically embraced the architecture of apartheid and in the process reproduced it. Each racial group organized separately, as defined by apartheid power. Africans organized as African National Congress, Indians as Indian Congress of Natal, coloreds as Colored People's Congress, and whites as Congress of Democrats. Apartheid's ideological hold was not broken until the 1970s. The key initiative came from the student movement, white and black. The starting point was after black students under Biko left the liberal white student organization, formed their own separate body, and went on to organize township dwellers, starting with Soweto. Radical white students left in the wilderness turned to organizing hostile workers on the fringes of these same townships. The turning point in anti-apartheid politics was not the armed struggle, but the strikes that began in Durban in 1973 and the uprising in Soweto in 1976. The Soweto uprising unfolded under the banner of Black consciousness. Biko said, "Black is not a color. If you are oppressed, you are Black." The important thing is to recognize that there was nothing inevitable about the impact of Black consciousness on the anti-apartheid struggle. BC, Black consciousness, could have led to a nation-state consciousness. It could have claimed that South Africa is a Black nation of the Black majority, thus essentializing Black as a trans-historical identity. Instead, it led to an epistemological awakening, the consciousness of Black as a historical political identity. Afrikaners made a journey from being junior partners of British colonialism to being part of the anti-apartheid coalition. Even here, there was no consensus. The rift inside the Afrikaner community was demonstrated by the publication of a book called My Traitor's Heart by Rian Malan, the great-grandson of a former Boer state president. Malan was a crime reporter for the Johannesburg Star. His beat covered Black townships. Each chapter of his book focused on a specific type of what was then called Black on Black violence. One chapter was devoted to the Hammer Man, a big Black man who wielded a heavy hammer to smash the skull of his victims, all equally Black, but poor people who would yield small pickings. Malan's subtext was not difficult to decipher. If they can do this to their own, what will they do to us whites, if given half a chance? The South African movement was born in the 70s and 80s. Its birth was marked by a threefold shift in vision. From opposition to apartheid, they looked for an alternative to apartheid. Rather than being content with turning the world upside down, they dared to think of a different world. That's the first part of the shift. Second part, from a state of the majority, the national majority, the Black majority, the resistance began looking to create a state of all the people. And thirdly, from opposition to whites, the resistance went on to oppose white power. Not whites, but white power. I suggest we think of 1994 as marking the birth of a new political project, starting with the forging of a new political community. The alternative would have been to capture the existing community and to rupture it into two separate ones, as in Sudan, one for victims, the other for perpetrators, one for Blacks, the other for whites, requiring a partition of South Africa as of South Sudan. Let us not forget that in 1994, Afrikaners were divided about the future. A minority wanted a homeland where Afrikaners would have their own state. Oranjezicht. The anti-apartheid movement chose a different future, a common future for survivors of apartheid, who they often described as a rainbow, not just victims who survived, but all who survived, whether victims, perpetrators, beneficiaries, or bystanders. The principal critique of 1994 is that there was no social justice. This critique both states a truism and misses the significance of the political rebirth that was 1994. I argue that we should see the rebirth as the beginning of political decolonization. The turning point was the reformulation of the central demand from Black majority rule to non-racial rule. Rather than deny the existence of race as phenotypical difference, they refused to allow racial difference. They refused to endow racial difference with the political significance. The first step to decolonizing the political was deracialization. The next step would be detribalization. Rather than deny the cultural significance of tribe as an ethnic group, Detribalization would decouple the link forged under colonialism between culture and territory, ethnicity and homeland. To do so would reverse the process whereby colonialism and apartheid politicized culture through the creation of homelands and of a homeland authority that would enforce a customary law. The result would be a single citizenship, not multiple citizenships based on separate identifications, race in the central state, and tribe in the homelands. 1994 created formal political equality in South Africa regardless of race, but it has yet to create formal political equality in the former homelands regardless of ethnic identity. My claim is that a successful struggle for social justice will need to cut across the political divide imposed by race and tribe. Without political equality, the mobilization for social justice will be fragmented into so many races and tribes. It will more likely lead to an internal civil war. The result will stink, like the 1994 genocide in Rwanda, or its mini version, the ongoing xenophobic violence in South Africa. I'd like to turn to Israel-Palestine. At the core of political Zionism is a political project to build not just a Jewish religious community in the Holy Land, but a Jewish state. Political Zionism seeks to erase the distinction between state and society. The conflation of society with state is the foundation of the nation state and its program of rule by a permanent national majority. The nation state may call itself a democracy, as Israel does, but this majority is not actually determined through political contestation. Rather, the majority is defined pre-politically, as in the nation. The most the majority can hope for is a democracy for the majority, but not for all. But even majoritarian democracy remains a difficult project in Israel, because the state defines who can be a member of that majority. In other words, the state decides who gets to be officially recognized as a Jew. If Israel is to be a state for Jews only, it must answer the question of who is a Jew. Its answer cannot avoid flattening the diversity of world Jewry into the Jewry sanctioned by the Israeli state. At the legal level, this question has bedeviled Israeli authorities since the law of return was passed in 1950. Is a Jew defined by religion or by ethnicity, or both? The state of Israel now has two legal definitions of who is a Jew. The narrow definition provided by halacha law, religious law, which Israel enforces in the sphere of personal affairs, and the broad definition in the amended law of return. At the political and social level, Judaization eliminates unacceptable forms of Jewishness. The acceptable form is associated with Ashkenazim, European Jews, who trace their lineage to Yiddish-speaking parts of Europe. Ashkenazim were the founders of the state, who claimed to be civilizers, committed to bring other Jews into line with the national ideal. In particular, Ashkenazim have sought to civilize Mizrahim. The Mizrahim are the Arab Jews. They present a special challenge to Zionism, for Zionism presumes that Arab and Jewish identity are both incompatible and indelibly hostile towards one another. Otherwise, there would be no need of a Jewish state in historic Palestine. Ashkenazi Israel has demanded of the Mizrahim that they denounce their Arab culture and embrace only their religion, Judaism. After several decades, the Mizrahim have paid back by standing behind the stark religious Zionism that has two targets, not only the Palestinians, but also the Ashkenazi. In the Zionist worldview, Palestinians are Canaanites who never left home. They are squatters, not natives. The Zionist demand is that after the Holocaust, the squatter must make room for returning native and get out of the way. The development of a Palestinian consciousness straddling these three groups has been an outcome of a protracted process whose focus and center of gravity have shifted radically over time, from exile to home, and from an all or nothing demand from Israel's disintegration to a demand for involvement in the Israeli political process. Organizationally, this has involved a threefold transition. At first, displaced Palestinians looked to Arab frontline states to be their protectors and liberators. After these Arab states were defeated in 1967, Palestinians turned to the nascent and exile-led PLO, an armed resistance movement. In 1982, Israel went to war in Lebanon, the brainchild of Ariel Sharon, then the defense minister. This was a total war against Palestinians. The IDF deployed well over 120,000 troops for over 10 weeks. It was the country's largest mobilization since the 1973 war, according to Rashid Khalidi, the leading Palestinian historian. Outgunned and overwhelmed, the PLO withdrew to Tunis. Even if the PLO was defeated, Sharon's strategic objective remained unrealized. Instead, the war intended to suppress Palestinian nationalism only stoked it further. With the exiled armed resistance smashed, the moment was ripe for political mobilization at home. The first Intifada in the late 1980s crystallized the internalization of Palestinian leadership, and with it a definitive rejection of the failed armed resistance championed by the external leadership with a mainly refugee base. The second Intifada, beginning in 2000, brought together Palestinians in Israel and the occupied territories under a single movement. Both Intifadas responded to the failings of the official Palestinian liberation movement. The second Intifada in particular reflected frustration over the PLO's capitulation to Zionism at the Oslo Accords of 1993 and the onward rush of settlements that followed. Arafat made two crucial compromises at Oslo. First, he tacitly accepted settlements in the West Bank. Second, he explicitly accepted Israel's stranglehold over the economy and sovereignty of the occupied territories, even going as far as to agree that this stranglehold would persist in a future Palestinian state. The success of the Second Intifada led to mobilization under Balad, National Democratic Alliance, a political party led at the time by Azmi Bishara, Palestinian MK, member of the Knesset. Bishara and Balad's contribution can be summed up in two bills he introduced in the Knesset over the years. The first was a new basic law calling for collective rights and complete civic equality, but not political equality of the minority and the majority. This first bill was still within the framework of a nation-state politics, accepting the distinction between the majority nation and its minorities. The second bill went a step further. It asked the Knesset to affirm that Israel is, quote, a state of all its citizens, end of quote. Whereas Bishara's first bill sought equal rights for the national minority, now he was asking the Knesset explicitly to reject the idea that Israel is a nation state, a state of the Jewish people, thereby negating the existence of both the national minority and the national majority. Over the past decade, Palestinian politics has moved from an engagement predominantly internal to one predominantly external. The internal engagement called for a state of all its citizens as a counter to the Zionist project for a Jewish state. The external engagement takes the form of an international boycott of the Israeli state and society under BDS. To the extent that BDS calls for the de-Zionization of the state of Israel, there is reason to give it full and enthusiastic support. But to the extent that BDS seeks to extend this boycott to Israeli society, and not just to its Zionist sectors, there is reason for caution. BDS needs to learn from the very experience it claims to build on. That is the South African divestment and boycott during apartheid. As a participant in the anti-apartheid boycott, I came to realize that its key mistake was to collapse state, regime, and society into a seamless whole. The main problem with blanket boycotts is that they embrace a mirror image of the nation-state framework, which collapses state and society into one. They become a mirror image of precisely what they oppose. By themselves, international boycotts are incomplete. The strategy of isolating the state internationally needs to be aligned with the domestic strategy to isolate pro-state forces within society. By driving a wedge between pro-state forces in civil society and those not aligned to the state. For Palestinians and Israelis, both those anti-Zionist and non-Zionist, the South African struggle offers two lessons. In Israel as in South Africa, this means overcoming two categories of divisions. The first is the division among victims of the nation state. In South Africa, the population was divided among township dwellers in Bantustan residents, a barrier overcome by a coalition of students and workers. The victimized population was also divided racially and tribally. The racial barrier was overcome by Black consciousness movement, while the tribal barrier remains. Among the Palestinians, there is the tripartite division of victims. Those living in the diaspora, the occupied territories, and Israel proper. Each of these groups has been further differentiated. The diaspora includes those in the refugee camps and those beyond. Residents of the occupied territories are split between the West Bank and Gaza. And oppressed citizens of Israel include Arabs, Druze, and Bedouin. Each microgroup is subject to a different political and legal regime designed to produce a specific and separate subjectivity. The second phase in South Africa led to winning over a sizable number of apartheid supporters to the anti-apartheid cause. That may be harder in Israel. That said, we cannot forget that the ground shifted from under the apartheid state when Afrikaners, who provided most of the foot soldiers for apartheid's machinery of repression, opened up to an alternative to the apartheid order. The Afrikaner shift from the right of the political spectrum to its middle range shows that no political identity is permanent. What can BDS learn from the South African experience? First, whereas BDS can contribute to Israel's international isolation, something else is needed if a non-Zionist alternative is to bloom in Israel itself. Like in South Africa, that something else is an epistemic revolution that will open the way to a political. The Palestinian moment will come when the resistance recognizes the complementarity of two seemingly different objectives: to unify the oppressed and to fragment their opposition so as to isolate core opponents. I should say to fragment Zionist society so as to isolate core opponents. The goal should be to arrive at a point whereby it's not just the oppressed who seek political change, but many of the current supporters of Zionist power. Getting there will require a new kind of political consciousness within Israel, a consciousness based on a double recognition that there can be no military solution to the Israel-Palestine question, and that the flourishing of Jews and Jewish life does not require a Zionist state. Apartheid fell because of a confluence of two developments. The better known of these is the anti-apartheid uprising in the townships. The uprising brought diverse groups under a single umbrella. The result was not a victory, but a deadlock. Why then did the National Party choose to go to the negotiating table? To shift focus from a military to a political struggle? Because the NP realized that it was beginning to lose the supply. Because it was beginning to lose the support of an important section of the Boer intelligentsia. These were calling for a political solution to the problem of apartheid. The writing was on the wall. More and more of this intelligentsia were convinced that whites did not need to monopolize political power to have a home in South Africa. It is this lesson that needs to be driven home to Israelis, as many as possible. That Jews do not need to have a Jewish state to have a secure home in Israel, Palestine. Indeed, Jews are more secure in New York City than they are in Israel. The lesson for BDS is that they need to build on the gains made by Balad. To do so would be to provide a political home to anti-Zionist and even non-Zionist Jews in Israel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mahmoud Mamdani. This is so wonderful, so profound, so overwhelming. So an attempt to summarize, I've attended many of Professor Mamdani's lectures. An attempt to summarize it is an act of injustice, so it's impossible. So, but in order to give the audience opportunity to put together their question, I will just remind us that Mamdani, provided a history of the nation states and the two-state solution in America, and then he provides a critique of human rights project. And then of interest to my own research is how he raised the project in South Africa as a possible solution for what's going on in Israel and elsewhere. So especially I'm interested in his critique of this two-state solution. And so my question, while others put together, is going back to South Africa. So Professor Mamdani, what do you think is the role of such a charismatic leader as Nelson Mandela? Or do you consider him a charismatic leader? What role did he play in unifying South African different allegiances that basically proliferated into ethnicities and tribes? Do you think that the Palestinians or other oppressed groups need such heroic figures?
Should I answer now?
Okay. If you want, okay, we can put together a set of questions so that you can address them all. So one of the other questions is, how do you reconcile? I don't know whether you're able to read the questions on the Q&A. So if not, so I would say, how do you reconcile your arguments about the expansionist concepts of internal colonialism faced by Black Africans? And that's on the one hand, and the notion of one of our professors here came up with the notion of eternal colonialism. And the person, the questioner is asking, is it possible to reconcile these two concepts of internal colonialism and eternal colonialism? And then how do you also reconcile the concept of indigeneity with eternal domination of Africans? So that's one question. Another one is, so what sort of political strategy did South Africa adopt in the post-apartheid period to create a state for all tribes? And why did South Africans turn to xenophobic experience in recent times? So I think while you give, take on these questions, and then we'll collect the second batch of questions.
That's a lot of questions. Okay, I'm not quite sure I get the second question, but I will try, and then you can tell me if I'm off. Okay. So how do I understand Mandela's role? And does everybody need a Mandela? Mandela was one leader. There were others. Mandela was put in jail when he was heading Umkhonto Wasizwe, an organization for armed struggle. For 27 years, Mandela was in jail, Robben Island. A lot happened in South Africa during these 27 years. During these 27 years, a new mode of struggle developed, other than armed struggle, popular struggle, non-violent popular struggle, direct struggle. The Mandela who was shaped by this struggle was not Nelson Mandela, it was Winnie Mandela. Nelson and Winnie Mandela present us with two phases of the South African struggle. The more conventional one, armed struggle, is the face of Nelson Mandela. I say conventional because it really wasn't successful. It didn't even happen by and large. It was just a demonstration event. The struggle that brought the apartheid regime to its knees was not a struggle mounted by exiled guerrillas. It was a struggle mounted by ordinary people inside South Africa. Workers, students. I've argued that the key person in this struggle was Steve Biko. It is Biko who taught his student constituents that black was a political experience. It was not a biological experience. And that the point was the unity of the oppressed. That's what Biko taught. Biko created the basis of unity of the oppressed across racial boundaries. Mandela brought it towards the end. Mandela also made crucial compromises. Neoliberalism, swallowing the IMF package. All of those in the name of realism, and I believe justifiably so at the time. But they would have to be recognized as forced compromises. They would have to be recognized as part of an agenda to be realized in the next stage of the struggle. What the anti-apartheid movement did not create was a state of all tribes. Ironically, it created a state of all races, but not of all tribes. It's here. If you're looking for an explanation, looking for an explanation for xenophobic violence. Sorry, that was my phone. That explanation lies here. 1994, South Africa becomes independent. There's an election. The big question in this election is who will have a right to vote? Question is very important because South Africa had drawn in millions of migrant laborers from across its boundaries. These laborers had been the mobilizing force behind the trade union movement, particularly FOSATU in the 70s, but also COSATU in the 80s. Would they have the right to vote? There were two positions. One position said only citizens should have the right to vote, meaning those born in South Africa. The other said South Africa belongs to all those who live in it, the Freedom Charter. Second position won. Political rights in South Africa belong not to citizens of South Africa, but to residents of South Africa. That's a revolutionary change. But from 1994, there was a coalition government. Chief Gatcha Buthelezi became the Minister of Internal Affairs, and the Inkatha Freedom Party took control of the Home Ministry. And they began to pass a series of administrative regulations which progressively disenfranchised those not born in South Africa. Those born in Mozambique, in Zimbabwe, in Lesotho, in Botswana, in Swaziland, Malawi, wherever. Inkatha Freedom Party explained to its members that these people had no rights. That is why there was no social justice. They were grabbing what should rightfully belong to South African citizens. Xenophobic violence began in the mid-90s and has continued since. It is interesting that xenophobic violence is not against the racial stranger. Black South Africans accept racial strangers. That's what the anti-apartheid struggle achieved. But xenophobic violence is against the tribal stranger. They do not accept tribal strangers as members of their own society. Well, problem. So the project is incomplete. I don't think that South Africa offers a solution. There are many problems. South Africa is replete with problems, but I think that South Africa, the anti-apartheid movement, created a vision. It's that vision we need to think about. They have not been equal to realizing that vision. The struggle continues. Sorry for a long answer to a short question.
Thank you very much. I think that helps. Just the last batch of questions, because I think we are running out of time, and I'm sure you have deserved your well-earned rest. So thank you. So one of us asked, aren't Ashkenazi Jews regarded as inferior, uncultured, by Sephardic Jews of Westerners in general? And even though both of them constitute the majority factions of Jewish population. That's one question. And another question is, why did the fall of South Africa not lead to the fall of white supremacy? And if that's the case, why would you even recommend the South African experience as a solution for all other struggles? And then the last question, or the last two questions. So how does the term survivor apply to all those who survived extreme violence, including victims, perpetrators, bystanders, and others? And then back to Israel again, isn't the difference between Israel and South Africa the fact that in Israel, so the difference between Palestinians and the Jews constitute in religion, whereas in South Africa is the difference between whites and the blacks is rooted in culture.
That's hilarious. Oh. What is religion? It's not culture. Okay. So Ashkenazi Jews and Sephardic Jews, I think I was not able to explain myself fully. So the Sephardic Jews are the ones who came from, expelled from Spain, came to Ottoman lands, where they were welcome. And they are a part of the Mizrahim. The Mizrahim are the Arab Jews. So the rift is the Ashkenazi and the Mizrahi. The Ashkenazi Jews believed they had a civilizing mission. The Mizrahim must be civilized. The Mizrahim must stop speaking Arabic. But of course, along the way, the Ashkenazi discovered that it was very useful to have Mizrahim who looked like Arabs, sounded like Arabs, and could not be told apart from Arabs, even by Arabs themselves. So the Mizrahim became the intelligence service of Israel. They penetrated Arab society. They became the media service, Arabic language programs, etc., etc. The Mizrahim went into the settlements. Mizrahim are the majority in Israel. Mizrahim were like the Boers. Remember, the Boers were supposed to be the most racist. Right? The English claimed to be liberal racists, not the Boers. My interest is in the Boers, is what happened. Because the English never really joined the anti-apartheid. So individuals did, of course. But when the Boers changed, they took the change seriously. So I don't really know what the question is, but just explaining Mizrahim and the Ashkenazi. Why did not the fall of South Africa lead to the fall of white supremacy? That's a great question. Why did not the fall of apartheid lead to the fall of white supremacy? The fall of apartheid is what we would call a political revolution, not a social revolution. It brought about a change of government based on one person, one vote. It brought South Africa in line with most African countries in one way, with a black government. But you had a civil society and an economy which really was not that of an independent country. But you had black empowerment. You did not have social justice, but you had affirmative action. The new bourgeoisie, the new economic elite, had the texture of a rainbow You know, I come from Uganda. When I went to South Africa in 1994, I couldn't believe how much it reminded me of Uganda. In the sense that come out of a colonial period where injustice was racialized. And after colonialism, the demand for justice was racialized. Idi Amin, in a way, you can say, responded to a popular demand. He was a demagogue, and as a demagogue, he responded to it by creating Black empowerment. He created an economy and a middle class which was predominantly Black. So I kept on wondering in South Africa, is there an Idi Amin around the corner? I mean, don't these people realize that they're on a short leash? But of course, nobody does if they have a winning hand. They don't realize that the game itself will be up. Why do I recommend it? What's the alternative? Look, the reason we had 1994, the settlement, was because the anti-apartheid movement was not strong enough to make a revolution. But it was strong enough to achieve some very basic political reforms. I've called it a political revolution. Reforms which would change the conditions on the ground, making it possible to create a deeper and more comprehensive mobilization for social justice. Survivor. I have a very fundamental disagreement with the human rights group. I don't believe it. Look, if you've looked at any society with extreme violence, take Rwanda, for example. If you do a historical study of Rwanda, as I did, you will recognize that violence is not a standalone act. It comes in cycles. Each cycle is motivated by revenge. The victims of the last cycle become the perpetrators of the new cycle, and so on. How are we going to stop this? Survivor's justice? That's a polite way of saying revenge. In my view, we can't just partition societies. I believe South Sudan was a step backwards. Garang recognized it. Garang recognized that the point was to transform the Sudanese state, to transform the South African state. It hasn't been transformed, okay. I don't think the way forward is to pit victims against perpetrators in this round. Look at it, the TRC was a joke. came out with a list of 20,000 perpetrators. Most of the perpetrators were in the liberation movements, then in the South African police, then in the South African Defense Forces. What is this? None of the beneficiaries were perpetrators because beneficiaries don't hold a gun. There's no smoking bullet. Human rights theory does not recognize beneficiaries. It only recognizes perpetrators. Perpetrators, we know, are not the real force. You don't find them inside the army. You don't find them in the police force. The people you find in there are poor people. Final question. So, the challenge is to create a society of survivors. That's my point of view. Palestinians and Jews are difference of religion, really, not culture. What I've been trying to say is there are two kinds of Jews. The Ashkenazim who came from Europe, classic European settlers, and the Mizrahim, the Arab Jews who shared the same culture with Palestinians. Palestinians don't have the same religion. Palestinians are Muslims, they are Christians. The vast majority of the leadership in the Palestinian resistance movements have been Christians. It's not about culture, and it's not about religion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mamdani. And so I think that brings it to a close for this session. And we are so grateful for you making our time to attend to this, to give us this wonderful lecture. So I'm sure many of us still have questions, but I think we'll eventually collect the questions and then forward them to Professor Mamdani, who will get back to us. So thank you.
Collect the questions and read the book.
Exactly.
I wrote a book to answer those questions.
All right.
Okay. May I welcome you to dinner? I'm going for dinner now.
All right. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you again. So we'll spread the news about your book. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janine, for inviting me.
Enjoy dinner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
That
you
was
for
amazing.
coming. That was beautiful. Thank you.
I want to come to dinner.
Okay, I think we have stepped into Ligia de Souza Sequeira's time, but I assure you, you will get your time you get enough time for your presentation. I think each presenter has at least is it 20 minutes. So we now invite Dr. Ligia de Souza Sequeira to do her presentation.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, it's a pleasure being here. My presentation, I'm going to do it with Stephanie Javier and Lila Sommer. So I'm going to share some slides for you. And Lila is starting here. Could you see my screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Lila, please.
Yes. Can everybody hear me? Well, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here presenting at the 8th Annual Genocide and Humor Conference. We are honored to be here. My name is Laila Samer, and I will be presenting a brief historical background about the facts that took place in Namibia and Rwanda, while my colleagues will be presenting genocide education in perpetrator and victim's country, and how basic education is the best tool for presenting genocide. I will start that Germany only recently has recognized its responsibility for the genocide of the Nama and Herero groups in Namibia. In the Berlin Conference, in which Germany gained official recognition of its rights to colonize Namibia, and then was called German Southwest Africa, it is known that Germany had a few obligations that the treaty imposed, such as the preservation of native tribes, the suppression of slavery and slave trade, and the protection of religious freedom. However, those obligations were not respected. The German Southwest Africa was a colony of Germany between 1884 and 1915, when it came to be controlled by South Africa until gaining independence in the 90s. The Herero were members of the Bantu people, and they had been in Namibia since the 15th century. They launched a revolt against the German settlers, who took away their land and livestock. In August of the same year, Germany ordered that all Herero, with or without weapons, with or without cattle, be shot to death. Therefore, 80,000 Herero were forced to flee through the Kalahari Desert, of which only 15,000 survived. And those who survived were sent to concentration camps, along with the Nama people, who also joined the revolt in 1905. So, unfortunately, between 1904 and 1908, an estimated of 65,000 Herero and 10,000 Nama were killed, generating the first genocide of the 20th century. Now, I would like to talk about Rwanda. As for Rwanda, the President Emmanuel Macron has recently recognized France's responsibility for the genocide of almost 1.2 million people. Ligia, if you could go to the next slide, please. Well, I will continue. The genocide was carried between the Tutsi and Hutu people and was instigated nevertheless by Belgium, which implemented a divide and rule policy, aiming to maintain a local political system which enabled Belgian government to rule and profit from the colony without having to engage directly among Rwanda's population. In 1959, the Tutsi rebelled against Belgium's colonizers, beginning a fight for independence. Many Hutu fled to neighboring countries as Tutsi secured its supremacy over Hutus, declaring Rwanda's independence in 1962. However, in 1963, a coup took place and a Hutu was declared president, initiating a persecution campaign against the former Tutsi monarchy, with the support, of course, of France and Belgium in the 1970s and 1980s. However, in the 1980s, an economic crisis weakened their power in the country, which contributed to the growth of hate speech against Tutsi and to the exaltation of the Hutus with the action of Akazu, an extremist organization that gave rise power to Power Hutu, a group that was composed of members of the government and country's economic political elite, responsible for the genocide of the Tutsi in 1994. In 1990, a civil war broke out when the Tutsi launched an attack against government troops with an armed militia, organized among refugees installed in Uganda. This group became known as the Rwanda Patriotic Front, FPR, and aimed to take power to allow Tutsi refugees in Uganda to come back to Rwanda. This phase of struggle lasted until 1993, when the president, that was Hutu, agreed to sign a ceasefire with RPF, and establish some agreements between the parties, in addition to the ending conflict. The President agreed to return of Tutsi refugees to Rwanda and the formation of a joint army between government and RPF groups was established, in addition to scheduling new elections. With the signing of ceasefires, the Hutus began to accuse the president of treason and fomented a hate speech, encouraged the Hutu population to arm themselves, and at which time militias were formed, which received weapons sent by France. On April 6th of 1994, the crash of the presidential plane was used as a pretext to resume the conflict and incite the Hutu population to carry out attacks against the Tutsi population. Having, of course, Belgium intensifying the segregation, favoring the Tutsi and taking advantage of years of long dispute among these two ethnic groups. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to give the floor to my colleague, Stephanie Avir. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, my dear friend Laila, for initiating our presentation. Before I begin, I would like to say it is a real honor to be here presenting for such a selected group of academics, and we are really, really happy to be here presenting for you. So linking the points, I will talk a little bit about the education on the perpetrators and victim countries. But before I start, I would like to link it to the historical context that my friend Laila just presented to us. Because why is it so important that we always begin with this historical context? Well, I would like to quote Nanette Bilitz-Koenig, which is a survivor from the Holocaust that now lives here in Brazil. And she wrote a beautiful book about her story, to tell people about her story, which is very sad. But she quotes George Santayana, I think that's the correct pronunciation, which says, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." So it is very, very important that we always teach people about the history of countries that were victims of genocide and people that were victimated by genocidal campaigns. And therefore, we can see the importance of education to remember what happened and prevent it from happening again in the future. In this sense, we made research about the victim countries, such as Namibia, Rwanda, and Armenia, for example. They do include in basic educational programs the topic of genocide. So they really educate their population because, well, obviously they are victims and they do remember their descendants, their parents and grandparents from suffering the genocidal campaigns. So it is an important policy for these victim countries to continue educating its populations. But on the other hand, we see that the perpetrators countries do no such thing. For example, Germany does largely teach about the Holocaust, but it doesn't really teach about its colonial past in Namibia, for example. So as you can see, the recent negotiations about paying reparations to Namibia, the German government is not negotiating with the descendants of the victims, the Nama and the Herero people. They are negotiating with the government, the Namibia's government. So the real victims are torn aside from this negotiation, and they are really complaining about it, mainly because Germany does not deal with this colonial past, as does Belgium, for instance. Here is this picture of the King Leopold II, and this picture was taken last year when Belgians have just discovered, I think so, that this king carried a major genocidal campaign. in the colony. So this is the importance of the education in perpetrators' countries, because people need to know where they come from, not only the victims, but also the perpetrators. So people can stop a genocidal campaign when they realize it's taking place. And we strongly believe that we cannot rely only on the victims to educate the next generations about their history, because they do have emotional and psychological issues that can be a real impediment for proper development of research, for example. And it does not suffice that only the victim countries teach about their past, but it is also necessary, as I just stated, that the perpetrators' countries do the same, because they are indeed the most likely to commit other human rights violations against less privileged countries, as we can see in Germany, for instance, that carried a genocidal campaign in Namibia and later against the Jews. So we cannot expect that an uneducated population recognizes a genocidal campaign when it is taking place, if they are not properly educated in this topic. We can see, for example, in Brazil, we just had the media accusing and people openly accusing our president Bolsonaro from conducting a genocidal campaign because he simply delayed the importation of vaccines against COVID-19, for example, and we can see that there's a gap here, because we strongly believe that it's not comparable. This presidential lack of conduct is not comparable to what happened in Namibia and in Germany, in Nazi Germany, for instance. So taking this into account, we have made some considerations on the best tools for preventing genocide, which will be presented now by my dear friend Lydia, who invited us to this research, and to who I leave the floor now. Thank you.
So in our last topic, we are talking about the basic education. It's the best tool for preventing genocide. We think other resolutions of the United States, such as United States Security Council Resolution 2015 on We're Committed to Fight Against Genocide, or Human Rights Council Resolution 2015 on the prevention of genocide, highlight the importance of education as a means to raise awareness about the case dynamics and consequences of atrocity crimes. Education about the Holocaust and genocide is part of the organization's efforts to promote global citizenship education, a priority of the Education 2030 agenda. In this context, UNESCO supports education stakeholders in their efforts to help learners become critical thinkers, responsible and active global citizens who value human dignity and respect for all, rejecting anti-Semitism, racism, and other forms of prejudice that can lead to violence and genocide. Therefore, the alteration of the elementary school grid, including in a mandatory way, the reading of books written by survivors, discussion of documentaries including interviews with survivors, the visit to historic sites guided by survivors, and holding conversation cycles between victims and aggressors, as is already happened in Germany, and holding, creating memory sites for victims in the capitals of the perpetrator states, like Berlin, Paris, and Brussels, would appear as very relevant tools to be implemented, adapted at the time, in order to prevent these factors from happening again, and to point out that the state strongly condemns this type of action. On the other hand, it would be important for the countries where the genocides were committed to include in the elementary school curriculum conversation cycles between Tutsis and Hutus, Nama and Herer's descendants, and the descendants of the perpetrators, in order to discuss physiological issues caused by historic events as a form of collective therapy, carrying out mandatory schools visits to place of memory, and a subject aimed to awareness and prevention of genocide, in which class would be discussed just 10 steps to genocide, how to prevent and identify it. So thank you for your attention. It's an honor to us being here with you, and we are open for questions.
All right, thank you very much. Our presenters, Stephanie Javier, Leila Soma, and Ligia de Souza Sequeira. So could you please unshare your screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it's you guys have Dimon have shown that you are you have honored your countryman Paulo Freire. Freire, I hope I'm pronouncing the name right.
Yeah.
So who gave the world this is one of my favorite books, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. So, and that's basically allowed me to understand your project, that the importance of education and conscientization in order to prevent, not just to critique genocide that's already in the past, but also to prevent further ones in the future. So I don't know whether any of our there are questions for your presentations. So if in the absence of, while others are still putting together their questions, could you talk a little bit more about your common projects, both at school, or whether you three of you are parts of a larger organization dedicated to this conscientizing people and spreading words about how to prevent genocide? Any of you could jump in?
Sorry,
yeah.
Can I take this one? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, we are a group of friends. We just undergraduated from the law school, and in our law school we had this group which was dedicated exclusively to study the genocides and how to prevent it and creating tools and etc. But unfortunately, this group was vanished from the university, and we took our bachelor degree, and we are not anymore related to the university, but we are still together to study because we feel that this topic reaches us deeply, and we think it's very important to continue studying it and spreading the word here in Brazil, because we have a real deficiency in education on this topic here. For example, Brazil doesn't even recognize, or Brazilian people is not aware that indigenous genocide took place and is still taking place in some regions of Amazon and etc. So we are three huge friends which like to discuss this topic, and we aim to spread the word here in Brazil through education, because we strongly believe that this is the main tool for preventing future genocides, to raise the awareness of the people.
Well, thank you very much. So does anyone have any question?
I think Valdrin at the Nash, I'm not sure. The first concentration camps were organized in SA during Second World War. Was the violence against them also a reason of the apartheid much later? Traumatized America, similar to the apartheid era after Holocaust. So Lila, if you...
I think that's the question for the latest, not for us. I think it was for the other professor.
Yeah.
Because there's about Yeah, about apartheid, the Holocaust, and we didn't talk about that.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, so I so much appreciate the work you are doing, and we are happy that that our works complement one another, and we are hoping that the conversation which you have started, and I so much love the fact that what you are doing is about the ethics of how people should live together, and how people should live together also takes into account what was done in the past. And as one of you, rightly cited, Judge Santayana. So those who are ignorant of the past are bound to repeat its mistakes. And what we are doing, and what this Gerard is doing, is not just we are not just looking backwards. We are not fixated on the rear view mirror. Of course, if you are driving a car, you have to look in the rear view mirror. But if you take your eyes off the major screen, you crash. And that's the beauty and the importance of what you are doing and what we are doing. And I'm hoping we'll remain in touch. So thank you very much. Thank you for this wonderful lecture.
Thank you. We are honored to be here. It is a unique experience and opportunity. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So the next presenter is Bo Chamberlain. He's a doctoral student in the Department of Africology and African American Studies at Temple University. So he was a student leader in Amnesty International, and later worked on Connecticut's successful campaign to abolish the death penalty before moving to teach English and literature at a Jesuit-run high school in the Federated States of Micronesia. So as a Jesuit novice seminarian, he began investigating the history of Jesuit involvement in the enslavement of African people, and left the Jesuits to pursue a second bachelor's in Black Studies from Cleveland State University, and then a master's degree at Temple. So his research focuses on Afrocentric criticism of the culture of white supremacy. He is interested in intellectual history and the legacy of racial metaphor in religion, aesthetics, and philosophy. His work has appeared in the Journal of Black Studies, and he is the recipient of the Molefi Asante Award for Afrocentric Scholarship. So help me to welcome Bo Chamberlain. Hello.
Hello, thank you for having me. It is really an honor to be on such an incredible program. So I really appreciate it. And thank you to all the organizers of the conference for all of your work. I'm going to be reading a paper, Barbarian Logic, Genocide, Pan-African Criticism, and the Unspeakable Nation. So let me begin. In 1933, the Polish legal scholar Raphael Lemkin planned to travel to Madrid to defend a proposal he'd written for the League of Nations to outlaw two crimes that he called barbarity and vandalism. Barbarity referred to the destruction of what he called somewhat loosely a national or religious collectivity, and vandalism referred to the destruction of such a collectivity's works of culture. This was to be his first attempt at introducing into international law concepts aimed at preventing and punishing the destruction of peoples. By his own recounting, he was ultimately prevented from attending the conference when a Warsaw newspaper accused him of using his office as a public prosecutor to influence laws meant solely for the protection of my own race. Lemkin went on to encapsulate what he had once called barbarity and vandalism in a single term, genocide, and to spend his life advocating for its interdiction in international law, lobbying for its inclusion in the indictments of the Nuremberg trials, and for the ratification of the Genocide Convention. The charge that his legal innovation was so specific that it was meant solely to protect his own race would prove ominous. Lemkin begins his autobiography expressing the horror he experienced in his youth upon reading of the destruction of Christians under Roman Emperor Nero in Henryk Sienkiewicz's novel Quo Vadis. I became so fascinated with this story, he writes, that I looked up all the similar instances in history, like the destruction of Carthage, of the Huguenots, of Catholics in Japan, of so many Europeans by Genghis Khan. In lobbying diplomats on the ratification of the Genocide Convention, Lemkin made frequent use of historical examples of genocide to prove the concept was far-reaching enough to merit its own law. His recountings of these conversations are filled with reference to classical Europe and the Hebrew Bible, alongside Japanese Christians in the 17th century and Europeans under Genghis Khan. Lemkin's usage of the terms barbarity and vandalism, with their resonances from classical Europe and the often mythologized sack of Rome, reflect an intellectual trend that became pronounced in the wake of the Holocaust. As the full extent of the horrors of the Holocaust came to be more widely known and more readily believed, the unspeakable nature of this horror suggested to many something of a past so primordial as to escape description except by reference to a history that had already taken on the status of myth. Barbarism and a family of terms closely related to it served as grist for the mill of the Frankfurt School's philosophical reckoning with the Enlightenment tradition, made their way into the indictments of the Nuremberg war criminals in the indictments of Nazi war criminals in Nuremberg, and as this paper argues, continued to shape contemporary understandings of and approaches to the phenomenon of genocide. Western thought about barbarians has two fundamental orientations. The first of these is towards the outside. This is continuous with the classical Greek and Roman usage of the term, but not entirely so. As Patrick J. Geary argues in The Myth of Nations, though the term may have been one of mild opprobrium in classical antiquity, federated armies of non-Romans in the Roman Empire nonetheless accepted barbarian as a more or less neutral marker of their non-Roman identity. The change came with the unification of Europe under Christendom and the declining influence of the Roman Empire. By the 7th and 8th centuries of the Common Era, barbarian came to mean foreigner and was increasingly associated with a stereotypical paganism. Perhaps even more notably, the traditional opposition Roman/barbarian disappeared. Barbarian became a term of reproach with an indeterminate signifier that stood in an oppositional relationship with yet another, even more indeterminate self. To call someone a barbarian in Europe after the 8th century was to reproach them for their difference. But what kind of difference was it? In post-Enlightenment Europe, the term barbarian came increasingly to stand in opposition to something called civilization. Enlightenment philosophy was intimately tied to a teleological understanding of historical progress, in which epoch supplants epoch as it marches onward and upward from a mythic darkness into the light of quote-unquote civilization. This second fundamental orientation of Western thought about barbarians is more complex because, while directed inward toward Europe and the European past, it is also more broadly directed to the whole of human history and the mythic ascent from the darkness of savagery and barbarism into the light of civilization. Civilization cut across what had once been a more straightforward divide between Romans and barbarians, and the new barbarism did as well. Indeed, the ascent from barbarism to civilization was believed to be so deeply written into the history of humanity that all human beings must relive it in their own lifetime, climbing from the untamed savagery of childhood into the disciplined, if conflicted, light of adolescence and adulthood. Through their claim to have inherited the arc of civilization, European intellectuals also laid claim to classical Greece and Rome, even while recognizing that they themselves, in many cases, were the descendants of the same barbarians who had laid siege to the classical world. Civilization was both an imperative claimed through action and an inheritance thought to spring from the cultural genius of a particular time, place, and people. It was in this imperative sense that early Pan-African nationalists spoke of African civilization. To the minds of 19th century Pan-African thinkers, Martin Delany, Alexander Crummell, Edward Wilmot Blyden, and others, civilization was the inheritance of Europe. Diasporic African communities had gained civilization through the scourge of enslavement and stood ideally suited to the work of civilizing Africa and redeeming the legacy of African people throughout the world. Their visions of Africa mirrored that of the colonial powers and reflected Eurocentric prejudices to a startling degree. As Alexander Crummell wrote of Africa in 1860, darkness covers the land and gross darkness the people. Nonetheless, even Crummell believed that African civilization would reflect a uniquely African character. This idea found expression in Blyden's Black Personality Movement, which stood for, quote, the sum of values of African civilization, the body of qualities which make up the distinctiveness of the people of Africa. While often reflecting a Eurocentric view of Africa, Blyden believed, quote, if we are to make an independent nation, a strong nation, we must listen to the songs of our unsophisticated brethren as they sing their history. The apparent contradiction between historical progress and the idealization of the past goes to the heart of Western thought about barbarism. The term barbarian today has an apparently technical sense in which it refers to certain ethnic groups of ancient Europe. In this sense, barbarian denotes nothing pejorative, though it carries an unavoidable pejorative connotation. Aside from this, there is the usage of barbarism that is almost strictly one of opprobrium. Finally, there is a usage of barbarism that is almost always at least half jest, if not completely insincere, in which barbarism denotes freedom from the confines of the civilized world, as in surrealism and European primitivist art. These conflicted usages are in large part the inheritance of 18th and 19th century European nationalist philosophy and historiography, and are more broadly the fruit of post-Enlightenment Europe. In his classic criticism of Conrad's Heart of Darkness, Chinua Achebe writes, quote, Africa is to Europe as the picture is to Dorian Gray, a carrier onto whom the master unloads his physical and moral deformities so that he may go forward erect and immaculate. Over the long centuries of European enslavement of African people and colonization of Africa, a complex process emerged by which Europeans repeatedly projected their self-understanding onto Africa and the non-European world, developing terminology that reflected what they believed they were seeing of people who they believed inhabited a European conception of childhood, of the childhood of humanity, the primal darkness in which all of humanity, including Europe, once dwelled. This terminology, developed in the colonial encounter, took on a life of its own in Europe and the pan-European world, where it served as a basis for social theory that manages to carry its colonial origins, if only by implication. The examples of this process are too numerous to count, but to take just one, the term fetish originated in the 15th and 16th centuries among Portuguese sailors on the west coast of Africa. An apparent description of religious objects, the term came to be theorized as fetishism by the French writer and linguist Charles de Brosses in his 1760 work on the worship of fetish gods, where he wrote, quote, fetishism owes its birth to a time when people were pure savages, plunged in ignorance and barbarism. And, quote, some nations have remained in this unformed state up to the present. Their customs, their ideas, their reasoning, and their practices are those of children. And finally, quote, in general, there is no better method to pierce the veils of the little-known points in antiquity than to observe whether somewhere before our eyes, something quite similar is still occurring. The influence of the concept fetishism, traceable to de Brosses and the perceptions of Portuguese sailors in Africa, can be found in Marx's critique of commodity fetishism and Freud's analysis of fetishism as sexual perversion. The word conjures a mythic past and a horrifying present without any specific reference to the European perceptions of Africa from which it is derived. Without always following the same exact historical genealogy, there is nonetheless a wealth of concepts in Western social theory that carry the legacy of colonial perception into contemporary social criticism. With his long-standing interest in historical philology, Lemkin's understanding of culture and nation was shaped by the German tradition of comparative linguistics and by the thought of such figures as Johann Gottfried von Herder and Wilhelm von Humboldt. Regarded as the forerunners of cultural relativism, the writings of Herder and Humboldt betray the contradictions that have continued to dog cultural relativism to the present. While Herder poetically decried the judgment of historical epochs as unfounded, he nonetheless located them in a developmental scheme in which succeeding epochs hatefully cast off their forerunners, writing in the late 18th century, quote, "The Egyptian without Oriental childhood instruction would not be an Egyptian. The Greek without Egyptian school diligence, not a Greek. Precisely their hate shows their development, progress, steps of the latter." Humboldt is similarly contradictory when he extols the virtues of linguistic diversity, while at the same time arguing that some languages are more suited to thinking than others, and thereby express a people's national urge towards thought. Not surprisingly, this sort of national urge is, in Humboldt's scheme, concentrated in Europe. Years later, the father of American anthropology, Franz Boas, an influential cultural relativist and fellow student of Humboldt's writing, condemned racial prejudice in the mind of primitive man. He argued that the superior achievements of the white race were not an indicator of superior attitude, leaving the concept of superiority strikingly intact. Similarly, even while writing the detailed analysis in which Lemkin first defined the concept of genocide in terms of the Nazi occupation of Europe, he also wrote, quote, "It required a long period of evolution in civilized society to mark the way from the wars of extermination which occurred in ancient times and in the Middle Ages to the conception of wars as being essentially limited to activities against armies and states. In Lemkin's formulation, the crime of genocide was at least in part not only a crime of fighting a war of extermination, but a crime of doing so in the wrong epoch of history." In Time and the Other, How Anthropology Creates Its Object, Johannes Fabian analyzed the way in which anthropological discourse defines human societies as objects through the imposition of terminology that subtly enacts temporal distance. Quote, "Labels that connote temporal distancing need not have explicitly temporal references, such as cyclical or repetitive. Adjectives like mythical, ritual, or even tribal will serve the same function." Fabian explains that denial of coevalness is, quote, "a persistent and systematic tendency to place the reference of anthropology in a time other than the present of the producer of anthropological discourse," end quote. This denial of coevalness is far from being limited to anthropology. Similarly subtle temporal mechanisms are often at work in global discourse about human rights abuses and genocide. Language that is laden with temporal connotation, such as the terms savage, tribal, and of course barbaric, are regularly used to describe horrors that are said to be unspeakable and the mentality behind the commission of atrocities. Far from being merely descriptive, this language also posits its object. As Fabian puts it, we do not find the savagery of the savage or the primitivity of the primitive. We posit them. Studies of the history of racism seldom focus their attention on the language used to condemn racism in the interwar period, and especially after the Second World War, or what was at stake in the retrospective definition and condemnation of a phenomenon that has been a fixture of Western culture for centuries, if not millennia. It has been argued that among the first usages to indicate a negative connotation attaching to race and racial identification were in condemning something called race consciousness, race feeling, or racialism among striking subjects of the British Empire. In this understanding, consciousness a consciousness or feeling of racial resentment had the dangerous potential to erupt into a rebellion against British rule, which, at least in the eyes of British rule supporters, was synonymous with such things as liberty, equality, and civilization. Feelings of racial solidarity in this sense were imputed with a decidedly regressive character that was typically attributed by colonial administrators to colonized subjects. This condemnation through the positing of racism's regressive character can still be seen in terminology laden with temporal connotation, tribe, irrational, superstitious, unscientific, that continues to accompany the description, definition, and condemnation of contemporary racism. I argue that this time-laden language serves to obscure rather than clarify the processes at work in racism, violations of human rights, and genocide. Lemkin was far from out of step with his time in using terms such as race, nation, national group, religious group, and people almost interchangeably. Focused as he was on how such groups are destroyed, he left it mostly to others to address how such groups are created and defined. One result of the post-war emphasis on deconstruction of such group identities was a change in terminology that has retrospectively obscured the wide influence of what we might call, as opposed to racism, racial thinking. Scholars in a wide array of fields relied on race in conceptualizing phenomena that sometimes had a very clear connection to what we now call racism and sometimes did not. In cases where the shift is clear, a historical connection with what we now call racism is obscured, as in the shift from race hygiene to population health. In other cases, the connection may appear more disparate even when it is apparent, as in the regular usage of the supposed capacity to identify races of people by appearance as an analog to explain the grouping of like phenomena in the development of the notion of scientific objectivity. This linguistic vigilance about explicitly racial language has, with time and political struggle, played its part in producing substantive political changes, such as the removal of explicitly racial quotas from immigration law. But it has also brought about a complexity that can leave contemporary opponents of racism and genocide to feel that we are wandering on the haunted grounds of a history we can never escape, living a peace that is at best doomed by ghosts who will always reappear in many forms, and at worst, not peaceful at all. One of the things Lemkin undoubtedly took from the linguistic philosophies of Herder and Humboldt was the sense that there was something intangible, even spiritual, that makes what he vaguely called a national group unique. There is something similarly intangible in the destruction of such a group. In her work, Let the Circle Be Unbroken, The Implications of African Spirituality in the Diaspora, the Afrocentric scholar Marimba Ani uses the term maafa, meaning disaster in Kiswahili, to name the destruction wrought by, quote, a set of interlocking mechanisms and patterns that function to deny the validity of an African humanity. In Pan-African thought broadly construed, the question of what it means for someone or something to be African has been the subject of considerable debate. The question has a particular significance in the African diaspora, where it not only denotes a present identification, but also posits a connection to a past that is often denied. What I have attempted to demonstrate in this paper is that language used to define not only genocide, but racism and violations of human rights often does so by consigning them to a time that is mythically past. As the ongoing sufferings of the African diaspora witness, this past is in fact ever present. Ideological formations that undermine the tangible and intangible elements binding the African diaspora together also function to deny the reality of the maafa. Such formations undermine movements to demand historical restitution and limit the capacity of cultural criticism to name the workings of destructive processes. Such destructive processes are not limited to incidents of racial violence and historical injustice, but are also found in the realm of cultural discourse, where deep-seated cultural anxieties and feelings of supremacy are often reproduced under the subtle guise of the mundane. Thank you. That is all I have.
Thank you very much, Bo Chamberlain. So so thank you again for this wonderful presentation. So I think I don't know whether we have questions, but I guess people are still putting together their thoughts, and while they are doing so, I'd like to perhaps you started the thoughts of what it means for somebody to be African. I would like you to expatiate on that, especially in relation to what you have put together here as a Pan-African critique of the barbarian logic. And so that's my question. And in just to give you time to put together your thought, I'm reminded of the Greek origin of the concept of barbarian, especially during or after the defeat. The Persians defeated Greeks in, I don't know, around 433 BCE or whatever. And so the Greeks sought to establish their difference. And this is also what I love about, one of the things I love about your topic, that the concept of barbarism has become a kind of signifier for difference. So the Greeks sought to establish their difference and thus their superiority to the Persians by somehow relegating their language and saying their language is a kind of bar, and by the way, in Greece is the birthplace of Logos, and where the barbarians have no access to Logos. So when Africans exercise, or when they deploy their Pan-African or Afrocentric criticism, how are you sure that they are not going to fall back into the pitfall of essentialism? And that connects to the question of what does it mean to be African?
Thank you. I had a feeling this question was coming. So I think that it's a complicated issue, the issue of how people identify. And I think that, unfortunately, it's an issue that has often been met more with condemnation and accusations of essentialism. I think that one of the problems with the charge of essentialism is that it has prevented a more sort of full discussion of how cultures evolve and how identities evolve, and how people, the complexity of how people identify themselves and how they are identified by groups of people. And I think that is one of the things that, I got very deep into some of the origins of German nationalism and doing some of this research. And I think that one of the interesting splits was between a sort of political nationalism in Germany in the 19th century and a sort of use of nation as a philosophical concept. So, as a philosophical concept, it kind of, a lot of the thinking went on to inspire cultural relativism and a lot of critique of Western civilization. And then as a political nationalism, I mean, you can very clearly trace some of the origins of that to Nazi Germany and, white nationalist movements today. And I think that the complexity of the issue is really what I think is so important, that the complexity not be sort of cut off or smushed down. I think that the ability of people to have to discuss what it means for them personally or for others to be African is something that's important to be able to be recognized in its full complexity, as opposed to something that is always a discussion that's happening on the defensive. Kind of reminds me of, Frantz Fanon talking about the Manichaean condition of colonialism. You have this battle between good and evil, and you automatically put groups into a defensive position. And I think part of the process of liberation should include the ability to have these discussions outside of a defensive position, where somebody is saying, I have to be able to defend my right to identify as an African.
If I may ask, if nobody else is asking yet, so please, everybody, feel free to post your questions, comments, suggestions. Absolutely. Very good presentation, Bo. I very much enjoyed it, especially with the linguistics aspects to it. Just really beautiful. That made me think about the word tribe. And your presentation really brought me to thinking about tribe, the two words, tribe and civilized or uncivilized, as they relate to barbaric behavior, or things you need to change about others so that they are what you think is good based on your own definition of good. And so tribe, I was thinking about the Jutes, Jutes and were real tribes in Europe, right? Before everybody became civilized, and then other parts of the world were not civilized. And I keep thinking about what moves in terms of identity, what moves people from feeling or being treated as uncivilized? How do you fight so you get out of this concept of civilized / uncivilized, and also tribe, honestly? And I'm not talking about anthropological definitions. I'm talking about societal definitions and a societal identity. How do you fight outside anthropology and outside just really in everyday life? I don't know if I'm making sense with my question.
No, I think it's a question that, again, my answer is not necessarily to have an answer, but to say that I think that, maybe a big part of the answer is just to appreciate the struggles of people to get outside of that dynamic, and to value the space to come up with answers to that question. I think of the the tradition of Kwanzaa, the tradition of Kwanzaa, some people will sometimes say that, Kwanzaa is a made up holiday, because it was created in the 1960s, and, you can very clearly see where it came from. And, but, the reality is it was a holiday that was created along lines of what is the traditional religion? How do we reestablish these connections to a traditional, broader African diasporic spirituality? So it's, and another maybe good example is when you think of people reading very racist anthropological or colonial accounts in order to find a connection to a past that they have, not ever seen, really. That sort of complexity of reading, one's own history is an important part of what it means to be a member of a group. I mean, it's the same thing with the very interesting thing about the concept of barbarians, right? Is that the early accounts of European history, when people of German or English or French descent start to look back at their own history and trace their ethnic origins, they start with accounts that were written by outsiders. So all of the historical accounts that became so important in nationalist movements in Europe, they're most of them are written by Greeks and Romans, and often kind of contain a little bit of a stereotypical definition of the people. And so, barbarianism was often invoked in Germany in the 19th century as kind of this is our wild barbarian spirit. And that was something that Romans had projected onto tribesmen in Germany, whether it was true or not. So anyway, my answer is just to have sort of the space that is able to be where people can identify and have that discussion freely and organically.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I think there's one more question that reads, according to which conditions we call the nation or member of the groups barbarian, or whose condition? So who decides it? Why the people of Asian origin count as barbarian defined by Western system? So I think you might take a stab on that.
Sure. I think that the answer to who is defined as barbarian is obviously something that somebody is calling. It's changed throughout history. I mean, that was a big part of the point of tracing all of these shifts, these kind of major shifts in defining barbarians, is that it has changed over time. And whereas it meant something semi-specific in the Greek and Roman world, it wasn't really that specific even then. I mean, it was, like was said, based on people who speak an unintelligible language, bar. So, and it's come to have a similarly unspecific meaning, or an even more unspecific meaning in the post-Enlightenment world. So, and that's kind of where its power lies, actually, is in how unspecific it actually is, while seeming to be something very clear and very specific.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much, Bo Chamberlain. We'll still have many questions, but we are running out of time. And we all deserve at least 5 minutes break to help us stretch and regenerate, and then we're coming back in the next 5 minutes for Christopher Davies' session. So thank you very much. See you guys in 5 minutes. That's 11, what's time? So 11:50. All right, take care. Have the honor of welcoming Christopher Davey and his presentation. Christopher Davey is the Charles E. Scheidt Visiting Assistant Professor of Genocide Studies and Genocide Prevention at the Strassler Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies. He teaches genocide and civil war in the African Great Lakes region and genocide prevention and conflict transformation. His research explores the connection of genocide across DR Congo and Rwanda, and contemporary perspective on genocide from identity to diaspora, mobilizations of genocide, and climate-related violence. He also serves as a board member and project lead for Education for Global Peace. Education for Global Peace is an organization which is building a global network and movement that seeks to bring about a world based on cultures of peace. Following the belief that the foundation of peace building is peace education, EGP is committed to developing projects and strategies on peace education at different levels worldwide. So please help me to welcome Christopher Davey.
Thanks very much for the introduction. So our intent today was to do a workshop with you all, but we've hit some technical issues. So I'm just going to share with you a little bit about the work we're doing at Education for Global Peace, and then the scenario that we're using to help generate some ideas and strategies, and hopefully a proposal for an agenda on peace education that deals directly with the prevention of mass atrocities. So I'll just say a little bit real quick about Education for Global Peace. We are a fairly new organization. A couple of our members are joining us today, one of which is Chris Tofolo, who is part of NEIU there. And another colleague hopefully is joining us as well. And so the work we do at EGP is geared around trying to work through several different projects and working internationally with partners and educators on the ground to build, as was read in the introduction, cultures of peace through, again, various different projects. Some of that is very academic. We are authoring books which bring together experts on their specific countries and efforts around peace education. And we're also looking to develop an index that measures peace education. And we also have more sort of micro level projects that we're working on that bring people together in a virtual classroom space to help them, just give them a space to discuss human rights, peace and justice, memory, and many other aspects that can build peace on a local level. So the reason why I was interested in participating in the conference in this context was to help us think about strategies similar to one of the earlier talks that are connected to education when it comes to trying to prevent genocide. Because oftentimes there are significant paradigms in genocide prevention that are focused more on militarized intervention, big international actors, and do not give enough time, attention, or space to local or grassroots level actors. And so that's part of what EGP does, and part of what the workshop was intended to walk us all through. So what we have proposed to do is I'd like to perhaps have a discussion with us all, if we could, about peace education initiatives that you're interested in or that you're aware of that could respond directly to mass atrocity or mass violence. But first of all, I would just want to note that the workshop, the scenario that we were going to walk you through is a fictionalized scenario of a conflict in a country in conflict, that with a worksheet that has you sort of develop some ideas that are specifically in response to that fictionalized scenario. And so if you're interested in participating in this workshop, I'm going to be setting up a future date early in the summer. And so if you're interested in participating, please drop your email into the chat here or into the Q&A. And if you wish to reach out to me, I'm putting my email in the chat, which hopefully I can share to everybody here. Yeah, there we go. So you can reach out to me if you're interested in participating, and we'll be putting together some dates for that. So if I'd be interested in turning towards maybe a discussion with us now in the little bit of time we have before the next presentation. Again, the drive behind this is to try and shift our thinking away from these sort of bigger, grander interventions or attempts at preventing genocide. And there's a lot of great work out there, from early warning projects to states that are themselves or large international organizations that are committed to preventing genocide. However, using a peace education framing, what we're hoping to do is to try and explore ways in which states, certainly international organizations, but local level organizations right down to kids in schools or adults in an educational setting and their teachers can work together on building these kinds of cultures of peace that we're committed to at Education for Global Peace. So again, if you're interested in participating in this workshop early in the summer, you can contact me via the email, or you can drop your email in the chat here. So perhaps if we have a little bit of time still in the schedule, I might be able to just open it up for any thoughts or responses you have to the approach we're taking. Again, sort of thinking from the national to the local, and even on international scale, about how peace education can be a response to mass atrocity prevention. Great, I'm seeing a few more email addresses popping in. Thank you.
Oh, great. Yeah. Yeah. So it's very good that your initiative, your workshops, the intention also aligns with the first group of presenters from Brazil. So what they are doing, and that tells me a great story that what we are doing here at in our university is having profound resonance, and we are basically connecting with one another. So could you just while we are collecting emails and getting questions, could you just say one or two words on some of the initiatives that the Peace Education Initiative of your group has undertaken now?
Yeah, so I mentioned some of the academic work we're doing. One of the core ones here is developing a peace education index, whereby we can deploy some really concrete metrics in trying to measure and understand the dynamics of peace education as it's deployed in different states. So this would be a country-by-country index that provides that measurement. Some of the other projects we're doing or looking to do include very sort of easy interventions in peace education and bigger ones as well. One of the interventions we're working on is developing a model for peace educators called Our Global Village, and Our Global Village helps peace educators or anyone that would see themselves in that identity work through sort of very conflict transformation oriented perspective on trying to build consensus and peace into the work that's done. I will put into the chat here a link to our website, and you'll be able to find out more information about that one in particular. Some of the other, I guess, easier or very straightforward interventions we're doing is we hold a lot of peace talks or webinars through our site. We also have been developing and publishing online a comic strip that is for parents or kids, but then peace educators as well, teachers that are interested in building peace into their classrooms. And the comic strip sort of takes the context of the last couple of years with COVID and having to switch to doing school online or at home, and addresses some of the concerns that parents and students might have in that context about then adding in a curriculum around peace education. And so the main characters in the comic strip are the teacher and the parents and the student, and the teacher introduces this idea of we're going to be talking about peace or peace building in our courses, and the parents have some problem with this and some pushback, and so then the comic strip series works through some of those issues and challenges. Again, the audience there is parents and educators to help think about how we can make space in the everyday, but particularly in an educational setting for peace building more generally. I'll drop in the link in the chat here so everyone can read a little bit more about the other initiatives that we're doing. But I think those are some sort of important ones to mention off the bat. I did see a question.
Yes, so
Yes.
Two more questions, and one is direct. What evidence do you have that peace education actually works? And another question is your work somehow related to Nagorno-Karabakh region? You know, do you ever consider that?
And just to add to the question, to the whole question, the first question?
Yes.
It was in relation to the keynote talking about the actual beneficiaries of mass atrocities. So to just dispose that thought onto it too.
So I'll go to Seda's question about Nagorno-Karabakh. You know, I'm not an expert in that region, and I'm not familiar with any work that we've done in that region in particular, but I'm certain there are, you know, peace educators and peace builders that are working in that particular conflict space. But if you are interested in developing a project in that region, you should get in touch with us, and we'd be happy to build something or just, you know, scope something with you. Sharon, your question. So you're adding on the comment about the beneficiaries of mass atrocities, right? So I'm just getting my head around this.
Oh, yeah, I was just referring to when our keynote speaker talked about who the actual beneficiaries were of mass atrocities. So just a connection between what evidence that you may have or you may think that makes peace work effective when the actual beneficiaries are not the people of mass atrocities. So we're talking about governments and how political the whole thing is.
Yeah, no, so that's a really good question. I'll hand over to Chris in a moment here, but a lot of the research that we've done recently, again, sort of gathering in expert views on 10 particular case studies in our recent book that manuscript we're working on, wrestles with this particular challenge, right? So the space that creates peace education agendas often is a post-conflict space and is a negotiated space, right? And so one of the things that we've identified, and something that we hope in the future to respond to, is, you know, how do these different parties, from the state to local or international NGOs, human rights activists and peace educators, and then, you know, groups with other agendas, how does that space work and how does it function with all those different interests? And so a given program of peace education may choose to focus more on softer aspects in terms of having dignity and respect. How does human rights get taught in our schools? But then not necessarily get into the harder conversations about how to do peace building, how to work with, you know, traumas of the past. And so Rwanda is, you know, a good example of this, right? That there was immediately after the genocide, there was a hiatus on teaching any history. And then, you know, a curriculum was negotiated and pulled together, but now, from my view, is largely an instrument of the government in, you know, constructing a very specific political space that does teach history, but a scenario in which other researchers have shared that isn't a very friendly or open environment for teaching history. So peace education in that context is very kind of constrained and negotiated. I can come back to that, but I'll see if Chris has her hand up as well.
Sure, I was just gonna kind of follow up on some of what Chris said. And I think the book that we're putting out now really was trying to deal with this question very directly, right? I mean, we know that both peaceful behaviors and violent behaviors are learned social behaviors. And, you know, being able to handle conflicts, whether it's interpersonal or political, there are strategies that work that can be used in nonviolent ways. So if you take that as a premise, we would want to have our children and maybe adults too learn more peaceful ways of resolving and working through conflict. You can accept or reject that premise, but if you accept that that is a premise, that there's some space or some role in educational systems for helping people negotiate conflict in less violent ways, we know that if we wanted that to be more widely available, you're talking about going through educational systems. But educational systems are political projects controlled by governments. So the actual book that the case studies actually look at this. It's like, what does peace education mean in certain countries? What is the government hoping to achieve by these mandatory or voluntary curriculum-wide instruction programs? And how is that viewed from the grassroots level on up? Because if we could wave a magic wand and say to the world, you know, we're going to teach our children more peaceful ways of handling conflict, you know, you have to be careful for what you wish for, because a lot of things get labeled peace education, and some of them are very political projects along the lines of what our keynote spoke about earlier today. So I think we're trying to critically interrogate this and go case study by case study to see, you know, what space is available and in particular contexts, and what seems to have an impact based on case study approaches. So it's still anecdotal at this point, but I think we're trying to even figure out from anecdotal case studies about what might be successful or how spaces are created by local communities, sometimes with the blessing of the state, sometimes in contravention of that, so that we could help spread best practices that might have lasting impacts. So trying to add that in.
Thanks, Chris. I'm seeing your follow-up, Sharon. I'm understanding a little bit more about what you're asking now, and certainly it, you know, a lot of things are about power. Almost everything is. But your comment about, you know, power in these situations in post-conflict settings or conflict settings, right? How does peace education address that? And certainly, you know, there's a long-term investment that's made in peace education. But when I am talking about peace education, I'm not just referring to your curriculum education programs, even though that is a core part of it. You're also talking about, you know, broader societal education programs or trainings that might be offered that can help create perhaps a kind of accountability that can respond to those power dynamics that could, you know, again, impacting those beneficiaries of, you know, of mass violence. So yeah, it's a really good question, right? How does peace education address those beneficiaries and those holders of power in those situations? And I don't have a full response for that, but I think that it is a key issue. There was a question in the Q&A by Vadim on peace education and child soldiers, and this is a really important one. And in my work in Eastern Congo, you know, you can see the distinct absence of peace education, which does lead to continued recruitment or intergenerational recruitment of soldiers, you know, from their teens, you know, even younger. You know, but we do see, you know, promising efforts in places like in Uganda, in northern Uganda, where there is efforts of reintegration and trying to help build you know, survivors of, you know, groups like the LRA back into society who were recruited as child soldiers. So yeah, again, right, something we're trying to do is sort of multifaceted. We're trying to analyze and assess what's been done, but then also make some proposals and put together initiatives that help support work that's ongoing.
I think this is a little bit of the peace initiative discussion we are going. One of your presentations was to be on the genocide, is it uses of genocide in Cameroon? I don't know whether you had time to work on that. You know, I have never, I confess my ignorance about the genocide in Cameroon. Do you mind telling us one or two things about that?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. And if there are any other questions about the peace education aspect, we can pick that up. But yeah, so just briefly, I first encountered the use of the term or the experience of genocide in Cameroon a couple of years ago at a conference. I don't necessarily need to say where and when it was, but at the conference there was a panel of Anglophone, so English-speaking Cameroonian activists that are part of the Cameroon diaspora here in the US, very politically active and involved in some of the conflict and civil unrest and violence that's been occurring there, particularly in those southwest provinces where you have the English-speaking minority of a French-speaking majority country. And so this panel of activists, they phrased the discrimination and the violence that English speakers in Cameroon were facing as a genocide. And as some of you might know, right, independence activists in English-speaking Cameroon refer to the Republic of Amazonia that they seek to establish and try to secede from Cameroon. And there's a lot of historical, colonial, post-colonial baggage, not to diminish any of that's kind of bundled up there. But essentially, these activists are arguing that they are experiencing a genocide of English speakers in Cameroon. And I'll maybe just point out two things about this, and this is part of my research that I'm doing on this. One is that what they're identifying as a genocide is violence, so counterinsurgency violence. You have the Cameroonian state has a contingent of sort of rapid response troops that have been trained by European and American anti-terrorist forces to help fight Boko Haram in the north, but then they're redeployed down in the south to fight basically, boys with homemade guns, and there are some, more robust weaponry that's deployed. So this rapid response brigade is deployed to fight the multiple different independent secessionist English-speaking groups. So there is the presence of violence there, and there's a group at Oxford University in the last couple of years that have documented that it is multi-directional violence, but it is certainly asymmetrical in terms of the force that the state is leveraging against these independence activists and armed groups. The second thing I point out, and this is sort of more the critical aspect of the work, is that I identify the uses of genocide, how the term is deployed by a diaspora, in this case, the Cameroonian diaspora, to try and frame the violence that's going on in a way that draws attention. Right? So we see in this case how genocide as a framing is used by the diaspora to draw attention. This is done in very visceral and visually violent ways. There's a replication of imagery from acts of violence that happened on the ground to help reinforce this idea that there's a genocide being experienced here. So I suppose in a more of a evidenced or qualitative sense, what's actually happening on the ground is a really massive, brutal, counterinsurgency campaign that ebbs and flows with counterattacks from these smaller rebel groups. So you could look over the last 3 years and see this, this small scale back and forth, which is a result of the lack of employment in the area, discrimination. There were bans against English judges, English school systems that were part of the Cameroonian state previously. And so Paul Biya, the current presidency, has really pushed down on Anglophones as a result of their political organization over the last decade. So it's a complex picture, but what I saw was the uses of genocide as a label, where it didn't necessarily apply if we were taking sort of a cold international law perspective, but it gave subjective meaning and political leverage to this fractured diaspora trying to argue their case.
Yeah, so one of the questions is how is it how correct is it to compartmentalize to differentiate Africans in a given country like Cameroon according to languages, because you said French speaking and English speaking. So can we justify this compartmentalization, and in relation to the uses of the term genocide. Because sometimes you find that in a given ethnic group, so there's a part of that ethnic group that speaks French, and then part of that ethnic group that speaks English. So what's the justification for this difference? That's one of the questions.
Yeah, and it is a really hard issue to justify, because underneath those political identities of being Francophone or Anglophone within Cameroon are then a host of other ethnic identities, tribal heritages, but then also multiple different languages that are used. And so when Anglophone diaspora members or political activists that appeal to this Anglophone idea, they actually do then cover up this variety of other divisions and distinctions within society, which get to the real sort of complexity of what's happening in Cameroon. And so the use, and obviously I'm replicating that in my analysis, because that's how many simplify the conflict and describe themselves as being Anglophone versus the other that's Francophone. But then it also speaks to some of the post-colonial structures within Cameroon and its history of being, one of these, independent states that was a colony that got passed, back and forth between Francophone and Anglophone, even German spheres of influence. So yeah, it is hard to justify the Anglophone-Francophone distinction. But this is the one that many activists choose, or diaspora members choose to use, because it simplifies what's going on the ground in a way that they feel international audiences can easily understand it.
Right. Okay, so any other questions? Yes, I said to Barry.
Sorry, it's a very quick question, and it's been part of the question that you raised earlier, Dr. Eze, in terms of trying to differentiate people as Anglophone and Francophone. And in Africa, right, we're talking about Cameroon, and English is not even a native language to those countries. So what I was trying to figure out was, how do you see the impact of colonialism in this demarcation? And how is that really related or weaved into your work as a peace educator?
Yeah, well, I suppose there's a couple of things I'll just quickly say about the Cameroon case. The institution of the Federation of Cameroon originally, after the referendum and independence, incorporated legal, educational, and linguistic structures that were distinctly Anglophone and Francophone. So you had more traditional English structures in the school system versus then more French structures, and then those different institutions producing different kinds of degrees, outcomes, and so on, right? The use of English versus French traditional law. There's better terminology there, but it's not coming to mind. And so there is very much, specifically in Cameroon, this colonially embedded set of distinctions that are sort of present, but again, right, these are layered on top of other distinctions that you could see in society. And so your second question, Asietu, about peace education, this is a really crucial one, right? So there are a lot of peace activists in Cameroon that are trying to work to bridge these gaps and to try and see the conflict in more complex but constructive ways. And if anyone's interested in those, I'd be happy to point you in their direction. But then there are sort of educators on the ground that try to combine English and French speaking schools, for example. So whilst you have a diaspora on the one hand, again, self-ascribed Anglophone diaspora that's working to define a conflict in a very specific way, there are a host of other actors that are trying to see it more broadly and trying to negotiate some of those nuances. And I suppose another I mean, just to sort of speak to a small other element, right? There's a significant Fulani population in Cameroon that plays a role here as well. They often are recruited into government forces or support alongside as sort of informal forces to these rapid response brigades, and are, you know, seen as perpetrators, right, in this genocide. Which again, right, you know, Fulani really don't fit into this simplification of Anglophone and Francophone, but are participating, you know, through a variety of motivations and, you know, perceived necessities, right? So there's a lot of layers here that aren't addressed by, you know, current frameworks. I saw Sharon's comment. Definitely. I agree with that last one.
Yeah. And do we have time for one more question, Chi? Oh, can you? Well, you're on mute.
My goodness. Oh yes. Yes, we have time for questions, because the next presenter is at the next talk is at 12:45. Yeah. So.
Thank you. So I guess I could ask then a question. Chris, the work you're doing is really amazing. Education everywhere, from, you know, children all the way to adults. But it's almost like we have to create a curriculum for every situation, for every context. It's almost like we can have, you know, you can say this is general education, let's go, right? It's almost like you have to apply for every context you go to. And I'd like to hear more of what's happening in Rwanda and Congo. And the reason why I say this, Burundi is dealing with, you know, we now 50 years, you know, this year, it's our 50th anniversary of the 1972 genocide in Burundi. So for the first time, people are talking, sharing their testimonies about what they lived in 1972. 50 years later, right? So trying to remember and sharing. But that has to eventually go into the curriculum, right? And the way it's going to be packaged is going to be different from the way it will be packaged in Rwanda, even if we have a similar histories, and will be different from the way it will be packaged in Congo. But here is where I feel the commonality is. I'll go back to your point and Chris's point, Cristoforo. If we can train the general population, and I like that your program involves facilitators, local facilitators. That's wonderful, right? But when we think about it, the bottom line here, and I can talk about Rwanda and Burundi especially, and many parts, many Bantu language speaking countries, we have the Ubuntu concept, way of life that's embedded in what we do. Right? So in the villages, in the communities, they already know how to resolve their conflicts, right? Yes, something happened and that was broken, but it wasn't a glass shattered. It was a link, like a long moment when they picked up machetes to kill each other, right? So the training is important, especially with the Professor Mamdani talking about the recurrence, because there's a sense of revenge and so on. But how about the elite? I'd like to bring you back to the elite, to the powerful ones, the power elite. How do we train? I feel like until they are trained, they are the ones who kind of forgo the Ubuntu and went into this competition and the fear mongering, and they are the ones who trained the militias. They are the ones who trained, right? So they are the ones who, as Mamdani said earlier, who really got the perpetrators to do what they did, right? So they were the minds, the masterminds of the genocides and so on. So the Ubuntu already is there. It's almost like tapping into it, and it goes back. And you visit and you see that they do it. They welcome genocidaires back into their societies, right? So it's there. But what do we do with the power elite? I'll stop here.
Just to add on you, it's literally because it's just igniting. The existing part, the wisdom, the grassroots part is really amazing because, and that is why I intentionally use the word colonialism and its impact, right? Early on in my question. And honestly, when I reflect on the division between the Francophone and the Anglophones, I honestly feel like they are the elitists because the majority of the people, the Cameroonians, their native language is different. It's not French or English. You really have to go to school to learn those languages. And from that perspective, people who go to school are the one that has the most privilege, right? And wouldn't it, yeah, so that demarcation, that differentiation or that grouping is what I think I'm hooked into and I'm having a hard time to swallow because my research is Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous frameworks. So yeah, definitely, how do we bring the Indigenous framework up and how do we talk about the impact of colonialism in this division just to enlighten the elitists and bring them back to the roots, right? Include the Ubuntu that Professor Interregeza talked about. And I'll stop this here because I could, yeah.
I'm not sure I have a really robust response. I certainly would agree with what you're saying, and something that we in this current manuscript that we're working on covers 10 cases of peace education. Many of our authors identify some of these indigenous or really deeply historical traditions that can be tapped into to help support peace education. And in some cases that's successful, in others it's not. But it is a fundamental issue and can help create that I guess sort of a cultural thread, right, that can be tapped into. Yeah, I'm not sure I have much else to say. I mean, I agree with all that you're saying. Ginny, your question about again going back to these power dynamics and almost going back to what Sharon said about those beneficiaries of power, right? How do you grapple with that? And certainly, whilst I've come here today to talk to you about peace education as a form of genocide prevention, it cannot sort of exist as a standalone piece. It has to coexist with other elements of integration and reconciliation that make our sort of power elites more accountable for creating this kind of social change. And it's really interesting, you mentioned it briefly, like to take in the round, right, to go from Congo to Rwanda to Burundi, and to see, it'd be hard to compare the three of them because they're in three very, very different places. Politically, in terms of peace education and broader reconciliation, and it would maybe take another conference to try and put them on a scale as to where they're all at. But yeah, there's wide differences there, and to know that Burundi is sort of embarking on that conversation, noting that anniversary is good.
I think Sharon has a question, but while she's getting ready to ask her question, I think there's one a reaction she posted when Janine was talking about Ubuntu, and the reaction is why that the Ubuntu initiative must be led must not be led by outsiders. So I'm wondering why not? So why not? So why? That's actually the spirit of Ubuntu. Ubuntu is open to the so-called natives or settlers or outsiders. So as long as the goal is to promote peace and communal living. So once we begin to differentiate between insider and outsider, we basically go against the spirit of Ubuntu. Yeah, so the way I understood Ubuntu is, of course, the idea, the notion is indigenous to Southern African people. But Desmond Tutu will say, whoever is ready to practice generosity, whoever is ready to say that we belong in a bundle, or that I am because you are, whether you are a foreigner or a native, also you are welcome. So that's my 1 cent to what Sharon, what Dr. Bethea said. So now
So can I
she has
follow
her
up with
question
that?
up.
Yeah. So I hear all that, but when outsiders come in with the assumption that African people don't know how to be peaceful, that we don't know how to define ourselves and be ourselves of identity, that's the problem to me. It's like, I don't mind you coming in and saying, oh, what is going on here, and respect that and become a part of that. But when you come in and define for me who I am as an African, you define for me what Ubuntu is, you don't even know what it was, that you don't do the work and then make sure. This sometimes when I hear this, it makes the assumption that African people don't know how to be peaceful. So outsiders got to teach African people how to be peaceful. We've been around for 2.5 million years. It's like, so in my mind, back off and then join the movement, not take over it and define it for us. And the same thing in the United States. You can't define my experience if you're an outsider, because it didn't happen to you. You can be a co-conspirator, but it should be about my understanding of my identity, my understanding of what peace is, my understanding and respect for that. And I don't find when outsiders come in and do that, they don't respect that. They think they know better. And so that's what I'm speaking to. I'm not saying, oh, not be Ubuntu. I'm saying that when they walk in and act like they know better, how to teach me how to be a better African, and they have no idea what that means.
Yeah, and it's a really crucial point, and it's something that I reflect on a lot as, you know, I do field work in Congo and then with Congolese diaspora here in the US. And I, you know, my sort of primary research is with participants in armed conflict in that space in Eastern Congo. And then I do work with a survivor group from the Gatumba massacre 2004 in Burundi. And, you know, I have to make sure that, and again, this is a very sort of personal reflection, right? I have to make sure that as I'm positioning myself that I'm doing it in a way that is supportive and not, you know, colonial in any sort of aspect, right? That I'm seeing how I can support initiative and agency that already is there and not showing or teaching people what to do. And, you know, and that's an important part of what we do as an organization at EGP is, you know, working with and developing sort of shared understanding with practitioners on the ground. So one of our colleagues is an educator in Uganda, if I remember right, Chris. It's Edgar, I can't remember which town he's in, but and so, you know, we're as a new organization, just that I can speak to what we do is, you know, we are mindful of that set of dynamics, right? And that, you know, grave errors and mistakes can be made when, you know, privileged white folk come in and assume, you know, the reins, which is a mistake. And Sharon, you added in. Certainly, yeah.
I wonder if you could, I'm sorry, I wonder if you could share some of your experiences picking up like a bottom-up approach where you went and you used what existed in terms of practices. What did the local practices, you know, that you found were useful? I'll give you an example. Severin of Otesen, when observed people in Ijwi and how they really formed, like protect their own communities. This is in the DRC. And they were able to be their own, the way they understood peace without, so basically, if you're going to help, you go and listen and watch what they are doing, right? And I think that's what we are all trying to put here, to express here. So do you have any experience with that kind of approach where there were some useful tools that existed in the peace education program relied on?
Yeah, thanks, Ginny. It's a good question. That's something we're looking to do, in short, right? It's being a newer organization. Some of the initiatives we're working on are, built collaboratively, but we haven't got to the stage yet where we've had the resources and the reach to be able to do that. But that is, a space that we want to work in. So it's a bit disappointing, I'm sure, right? But it's where we want to be.
Exactly. We're all learning. That's good. I'm glad you're all taking all of that into consideration. Thank you.
I think we still have time for just one question. And because we have bombarded Christopher with lots of questions, and
I think, I think there are questions. I'm sorry, Chi. I think there are questions in the chat.
Okay. One question. I don't think there's any question.
There's some great comments that have been put in there from some of our participants that aren't on the panel. And of course, Sharon's stream of wisdom that we've been getting as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
I see. I don't know if it's a question. Journalist Aneta says, "What do you think of Western civilization?" Gandhi, I think. Oh,
yeah. Okay. It's just one of those insightful comments.
Right. And Gabriel says, "Thank you, and I do too." Okay, I see.
We have the
concept.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Say that again, Perla.
Immaculée?
Yes.
She has a question. She has her hand raised.
Okay.
Oh, I
sorry.
see. I'm sorry. Yes.
I didn't see
I was
that.
reading the chat. So I was busy
I
reading
actually
the
don't
chat.
have questions. I had a lot of comments because Christopher and maybe Chris' work is quite, I would have to call it provocative, especially for people who are from those areas and who also have been colonized. And as I said, the concept which Christopher picked on of the white savior is a little bit disturbing and can lead to what Galtung called negative peace. When you go and you think you are going to be promoting peace, but you end up promoting negative peace. So my question to you, how did you take that kind of possible reaction into consideration when you really decided to get started with your project? How did you factor in the fact that perhaps some people will look at you as another white savior who is coming again, as I said, oxymoronically, as another form of colonizer of thought? So have you taken that into consideration, joining back Janine's question of perhaps bottom-up strategy? Have you thought about how you may be perceived?
Maybe I should take that question, just because, I mean, the way EGP got started was actually one Jewish American and one Israeli who had been a soldier who has really suffering post-traumatic stress from some of the things that he did. They started looking at the violence in their own lives and how it had negatively impacted them, and wanted to think about how educating about peace in their own lives might have made a difference. So that's where it began. And the first project that EGP did was to bring together The idea initially was to bring together classrooms of children, kind of before the pandemic when we weren't all on Zoom. It was harder to bring people together. So we were starting by trying to bring a classroom. And so we started with a classroom in California, with a classroom in Pakistan, of children to talk about these kinds of questions. So I think the idea was to bring, it was kind of like people to people cross communication on some of these issues. The second project was a book project, which really tried to interrogate what does peace actually mean, right? It's a fraught word. It means 10,000 things to different people, but looking at it academically from different disciplines to see how is it either present or absent or implied in different disciplines, to kind of think about how does peace and violence run through the structure of knowledge in the academy. So that's where the project has kind of started. Different people have been attracted and joined the project. Several from Colombia who've lived through that experience. More recently, we've had a couple of Africans join the project. So I think it's a question of what can we learn from each other at the grassroots level in terms of what is working in situations of conflict or post-conflict. So I think that was the impetus of where this project started. And you're right, because I think you can't have like I think Janine said, you can't have one size fit all, here's peace education. It's not going to work across the world. From my own work, I think one of the things that I found quite interesting was the response to the Rwandan genocide. This question of what is going to stop that cycle of violence. There was a huge debate, right, in the country about, and initially the move was toward, let's teach Rwandans critical thinking skills. That's what's going to prevent encouraging that from a young age on up, to prevent their susceptibility to manipulative power actors. That's not the direction that Rwanda decided to go. They focused on an identity. Let's construct a we are all Rwandans identity. That's what the state has chosen as the way to try and break that cycle. Now, was that the right choice or not? So I think as we think about education, I think it does come down to this question of state power enrolled in education, and that question of what is it that children, especially, what helps them be part of breaking those cycles? When power actors, whether it's here in the United States, like our own crazy people, I mean, propaganda is increasingly powerful, right? I mean, we can have videos now that we can't even tell if they're manipulated or not. So as we are trying to live in a world where propaganda is increasingly the tool of the powerful and it's increasingly effective, how do we help each other withstand that when it is not in the interest of the mass of people? What can we learn from different communities who are struggling with that question?
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Tofolo. And I think we are running out of time. So I don't know, perhaps in the end, we all could just put together our own our ideas. So we'd like to invite Regina Apollos to present to do her presentation in the next 30 minutes.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
It's nice to see all of you, and what a very dynamic group and discussion. So I'll admit I am a little intimidated going into this, listening to what you all were talking about, but I think I'm in the right place. So what I'm going to do right now in the chat is just send you my personal contact information and one website based on the conversation you were having that you may be interested in, so that I don't forget to do that. But I'm not going to take my full 20 minutes because I am a very big fan of conversation and interaction. So what I usually do is I don't usually write my thoughts down, but for this particular discussion I did, because I wanted to make sure that I am clear about what I wanted to talk about So first, let me start off by thanking the organizers for creating a place for this discussion on these particular topics. And I hope to see more of these programs take place, particularly as it relates to Africa, because I do not think it is explored enough in the context of genocide studies. My interest in Uganda started off with the question involving the Asian expulsions and citizenship issues, which is often accredited or given credit to Idi Amin. And as you all are aware, the issue of expulsion and revocation of citizenship are common throughout the world today. And in some cases, these issues are directly linked to policies which further genocide that is already ongoing. The most notable example that comes to mind are the Rohingya people of Burma, who are punished and their citizenship has been revoked, but it is an ongoing policy of genocide. I was curious to see if that same situation was true in Uganda regarding the expulsions, and I was not able to find strong parallels between that situation and genocide. However, in the course of my examination, what I did learn is that there were likely genocides, but not related to this particular issue in Uganda. So this is what prompted me to want to bring this discussion to this particular forum. While examining the challenges of what took place during this time, I started to look more closely at the policies that were shaped by the first two significant leaders that came into power, Milton Obote and Idi Amin. And they are significant because of when they started in power, what they started while they were in power, and clearly have made an impact on what continues in Uganda today. And my presentation is going to focus on two specific themes that I hope will generate more discussion regarding the crime of genocide. My questions come from a legal lens, but I think since everyone here has an interest in genocide, the same questions could be asked, and given the interdisciplinary nature of this audience and the participants of this conference, we can come up with either the same or radically different responses to the questions. But I do think we can all agree that we will not find the answers today or tomorrow, but it will have to keep going. So I use Uganda as the example here because I know that there are some unique factors under Milton Obote and Idi Amin. I do want to make it clear that under both leaders, whether it was Obote Part 1 or Part 2 or Amin, it is clear that crimes against humanity was perpetrated, and I consider this to be just as significant as any claims of genocide. This is, of course, a new undercurrent that is beginning to surface in some circles in the international community, which is whether the crime of genocide should even exist. Uganda, like many former colonies throughout the world, had a political landscape that was shaped by colonial policies that pitted different ethnic groups against each other. These divisions may or may not have existed before colonization. It may be unpopular to say this, but I'm not of the belief that everyone in the world was dancing on the streets together before the colonizers showed up. So as with ethnic groups in Uganda, like many other ethnic groups in the world, it is probably fairer to say that the colonizers were able to see or were told of obvious or festering issues between groups and use that information to their advantage to gain power and exploit resources. After the creation of the state of Uganda, these power imbalances did not go away. And in fact, it underpins the policies of both Obote and Amin. So then turning to this idea, I want to explore how are we evaluating policies when it comes to genocide, and policies meaning the actual overarching policies that are used by these governments. Do our perceptions of those policies change because a different leader is in power, yet no interruption of the policy has taken place? So in the case of Obote, he removes a legitimate power from leader, abolishes the constitution, creates the Charter of the Common Man, and creates a formal and responsive military apparatus which did not question him and supported his brutality. Among his top-ranking generals was Idi Amin. And policies targeting ethnic groups were on the books under Obote. Obote was the initiator of the Asian expulsion policy. Both times when he came to power, he violently targeted Baganda peoples who once had power in Uganda. There were other groups on his hit list, and the violence perpetrated against these specific ethnic groups furthered the destruction of a group. He attempted to protect himself by putting more people in his military that were from his area, the Langi and the Akole peoples, And under his second round in power, he targeted the West Nile communities where Amin himself had come from. During Obote's first bite at the apple, Idi Amin was successful in his coup attempt and removes Obote from power. And under Amin here, we see no disruption of the policies of Obote, which I think is very key in this analysis. As a matter of fact, it is hard to find literature that indicates Amin reversed and shifted major policies from Obote. It appears that Idi Amin streamlined the military apparatus so that he would gain more power. He was the person credited for the physical expulsion of the Asians from Uganda. He was also responsible for the expulsion of different religious groups, which later Obote, during his second go-around, continued to do the same. So with regards to the ethnic groups, although Amin gained favor with the Baganda in order to preserve his power, he continued the policy of killing off potential enemies from opposing ethnic groups. He began brutal massacres in the military barracks, main targets being the Lengi and the Akolai peoples. And I have noted that these massacres are never classified in genocide as genocide in scholarships, but it classified as internal military violence or dismissed as just, problems that happen because of power. But this is a useful place to remind everyone that motive is not an element in the crime of genocide. It is, although it may be probative regarding the crime and its purpose. So we should also consider the following, which is that while Idi Amin may not have created the policy, he did continue it. And therefore, at the very least, maybe he was complicit in genocide as his actions focusing on targeting and killing the Langai and the Akolai, regardless of whether they were in the military or not, was a foreseeable result of his actions. When Amin is removed from power through a coup, the Langai and Akolai eventually are invited back to the military ranks by Obote and then proceed to target the people of the West Nile and the Baganda in retribution. There is no indication that any of these agents were free to make their own decisions. It is clear that the leadership, whether Obote or Amin, allowed this to happen with complete impunity. A second theme I want to take up briefly is how propaganda played a part in characterizing the actions of Idi Amin. While he spent much of his time in ensuring strict control over the country and his military, what is interesting is that he was characterized as aloof or had no idea what was happening or was lazy and not really as polished as Obote, and he did not appear to intentionally target ethnic groups. The problem with this issue is that he did target specific ethnic groups. Idi Amin appears to have used publicity and the rumors about him to create a public image that was filled with a lot of fake news. Yet what is interesting is that this fake news, for whatever reason, tends to mitigate the intentionality behind what he did. And it should be noted that much of the literature about Uganda and genocide, in many cases, labels the actions of Obote as genocide, but not Idi Amin, even though, as I suggest, it was the same actions and policies. Idi Amin did play to the international community's questions regarding his actions, but it does not appear any of those actions actually stopped his brutality. So in closing, I can comfortably say that I believe that there is a lot of information out there that is missing that could close the gaps on what was happening during the formative years of Uganda as a state, and whether these were true cases of genocide. So I cannot come to a definite conclusion about Idi Amin or Obote as genocide perpetrators, but it is clear that both appeared to have a policy of violent retaliation towards specific ethnic groups. And even if they were loyal to them, as it has been noted in some of the literature that the Akolai and Langai were loyal to Amin, but still were murdered, that perhaps the reason for the generalities made by most scholars regarding the massacres is a lack of documentation or proof left behind by both regimes. And we see the impacts of a lot of decisions that were made by both of them. But we do not have much analysis on the international crimes which took place during their leadership. Perhaps it is because their regimes are no longer relevant to most people. And to this sentiment, I would disagree. Uganda became a party to the Genocide Convention in 1995. It was one of the first of 60 states to become a party to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. So it is clear that the Uganda of today appears to have a different commitment to international criminal law. But even though its past leaders apparently seem to dismiss this or not take it too seriously. So with that, I will conclude, and I am open to discussion.
Thank you very much, Regina Palos. We have now time for questions, and she has indicated that she actually prefers discussions to just reading or just lecturing, which I also love. So she's inviting response to her presentation. So I did not quite, let me begin by asking you for more clarification. I did not quite understand the difference you made between Obote's violence and that of Idi Amin. So why was Obote's, Milton Obote's, why was it declared genocide, and whereas that of Idi Amin was not? I did not quite get it.
So, and that's a great question, because I didn't get it either when I was looking at this literature. I was really having a hard time trying to understand why it is that one leader was constantly pointed at, especially during Obote's second time in power. It's when a lot of people use the genocide card to label his actions. But Idi Amin does not have that. And I just, there was a book called Idi Amin that just came out during the pandemic by an anthropologist, and he didn't want to come to that conclusion. As a matter of fact, he kept kind of saying that, well, no, he didn't really mean for any of that to happen, but that doesn't really line up, because there was no change in any of the policies ever. So Idi Amin really just continued, or made it probably more specific than what Obote had started with, and he continued a lot of those things. So I think that's for me, that's the question of the hour. Why is it that one gets the label and the other doesn't? And I'm not sure why. And sometimes I wonder if it's because a lot of the literature indicates that the public preferred Idi Amin over Obote, but that has nothing to do with genocide. Whether the public likes you more than another leader is irrelevant, right? So.
Good. Sharon Bethia has her hands up.
I just have a question, and I no way even begin to be an expert in Idi Amin. But I guess I have questions. It's like we kind of know, like I kind of put in the comment earlier that America is one of the biggest perpetrators of mass manipulation. So we're very manipulated about what goes on in other countries. So I only know what I know from that in the books I have been connected to. But trying to understand who he was as a man, his time in the British Army, and in Kenya and other parts, and how even his childhood, because I guess when we think about some of the atrocities that happen on the continent, and again, that sticks in my head around who the beneficiaries are. And then you talk about these leaders that are put in place that continue these acts of genocide that actually is a long process. It's not just one day we get up like they do in America. We woke up one day in the news and it was happening. And so trying to understand that kind of trajectory, how even Obote and Idi Amin even got there. I don't know if I'm making sense, but just trying to even understand it all. Like, again, sometimes the literature sounds like, and I don't even like the word victim, but I'll use it just, let's blame the victim for what happened. And then we excuse the actual architects of it all. If that makes sense.
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, I guess how I would answer that is, I think, because I did try to understand Idi Amin as a person, because I think there is a lot of mythology around him as a person. And I think that a lot of that is based on just people really having this, was he a cannibal? Was he, it's also all this kind of creation of an archetype of a person that he wasn't really any of those things. He was a person who strategically was trying to keep power because he wanted power. And I think Obote was the same, because Obote was actually put there by the British after they left, and but the Baganda king was the one that became the leader. Obote didn't like him, so he got rid of them. And so this is how we go. And the trajectory of the Ugandan leadership has always been connected to these guys. I mean, every one of them is connected to each other, and every one of them is a protege of the other, which is interesting, right? So to understand them, I think each of them has a different motive for what they do, but the policy though, and that's really my focus, is that as they've had power, why is it that they kept the policies the same? What is it in it for them? And I know Idi Amin struggled. He had a love-hate relationship with the British because he was very instrumental in the Mau Mau rebellions. He did absolutely do the work for the British. They loved him and the work that they trained him to do. But then when he comes to power, he doesn't like them, and he's trying to court all these relationships. So I did take that into account because I think it's important for us to understand who we're talking about when I wrote this. So I hope that answers it, because I think it's hard to just look at one piece of literature. And believe it or not, in the case of Uganda, this is really more of a kind of the British and the Uganda relationship that's really more influential. Not really he didn't really have a relationship with the Americans. As a matter of fact, the second runner-up in that relationship is the Israelis, which I thought was very interesting, given the location of Uganda. I hope that answers, Sharon, what you asked.
Yeah, it leads me to, you try to figure out where to search. And so,
yeah.
Thank
you. Thank you so much. That's great. So Barbara has a question. Dr. Scott, you raised your hand. I'm not sure if she hears us. Barbara? Okay, we can
It
go
was
to
by accident. I don't have a question.
Okay, all right. Let me take this opportunity to tell everyone, if you want to ask your question verbally, you can just raise your hand. If you go to your options at the bottom of your screen, you can click on raise the hand, and then we can, Salma will unmute you, and then you can ask your question. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to write. If you're like me, I like to talk. So, so typing my question, by the time I finish typing, it's almost like over. So, so please raise your hand if you have a question. So, since while we wait for other people to formulate their questions, Regina, I'm interested again in the impact of these leaders. Right now, I'm really interested in the power elite in all these countries, like the impact. So it's almost like they do what they do at that moment, and then like we tend to forget. And what you're doing here is remind us, like take us back there. And I really agree with you that it's the lack of resources, because we forget, and then there isn't continuous research that's being done to remind people, to carry it so that it doesn't happen again. As someone earlier said, one of the presenters talked about, if we don't talk about it, then it may happen again. So I'm interested in the local, like people locally in Uganda. Is there a feeling, is there even a group or groups who are really paying attention to this?
I can speak. I want to answer that first from the Asian perspective, in which I'm familiar with, and then see if it translates accordingly. But the whole colonization, I mean, it had spread around the world with different agents, right? So we had the British and everybody else. But in India, for instance, we had the British, and a lot of people will say, and especially like in China and all these other countries, they'll say, we don't need to talk about the crimes of the past, right? Because what's the point? Like, why do we need to dwell on that? Let's move forward. And so everybody's moving forward, which is interesting, because when you move forward, the legacy of all those things also move forward with you. And I think that is what makes me kind of wonder, right? When people say, like, we don't need to talk about the past anymore. We actually do. And maybe we don't need to call it genocide, and maybe we don't need to call it all these other words, but we do need to acknowledge it. And we need to figure out what is the root. So a lot of times when I'm working on, so for instance, Burma is a really great example, because it reminds me of Uganda in some ways. in that you have one predominant, I call them nations because the peoples themselves come from different ethnic groups. So this Barmar nation comes to power after the British leave, and they have kept their hold on power because they want a Burmese nation that is based on their ideology, Buddhism and everything else, to the expense of everyone else. So you have the Kachin, you have the Karen, and then you have Rohingya, Christians, Muslims, whatever their beliefs are. You have people who are sea nomads that are being persecuted. And so for them, the international community, if you look at the way they respond, they have only looked at this situation starting in 2016, because that is when they visibly saw 1 million people cross the border into Bangladesh. And they said, oh my God, look at this, what is this? But instead, what I always tell, my clients, and I always mention to people, that genocide started in the warning signs for that genocide started in the 60s. The actual physical policy of the genocide began, if you need a time frame, starts in the 1980s. So we had like 20 years of warning signs, and then we start this because it's as Sharon mentioned, right? We're laying the groundwork somewhere. So number one, I think the issue is I don't think people understand the dynamics of genocide properly, and most crimes. So, it's kind of like, I wonder, why do military people think it's okay to rape people in war? Like, what is that? What is the thinking behind that? Because that's not okay. It's not even okay in peacetime. And if you're not in the military, it's not okay. But what actually says to someone it's okay to do that in the middle of a conflict? And so I think there are conversations that aren't happening. And what I'm worried about is that a lot of people think that these are Western-led conversations, and they're not. They're just important conversations for us to have, because I think the women in Africa and the women in India and everywhere else in the world deserve to live lives where they're not raped, no matter what's going on. And that's not Western. There's nothing Western about it. It's about dignity, right? And respect. So the issue that I think is really underlying all this is, number one, is it a history that we're comfortable in talking about that won't start a fight again? And number two is how much of that do people think that it's propaganda? And that's, in a lot of the Asian countries I work with, people will say, well, this human rights thing, that's a total American thing. Not really. If you incarcerate 1 million Uyghurs and you tell them that they don't get to live anymore, there's nothing American about that. It's just wrong. So I think that's the issue. So I don't want to keep blabbing on, but I'd love to hear your opinions on that. But that's what I'm coming to. And I think it's a hard question.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's one more question. I think person wrote here, there are reports of significant political repression against social justice organizations in Uganda today. Can you tie in Museveni's administration? Do you see Museveni's administration as a continuation of that historical pattern?
Yeah, he was a protege of Obote. So I mean, this is really we're just continuing on with the same structures. But the difference is what has Museveni learned? In my opinion, he's learned the language that gets him to the right places, right? So he's signed the right treaties, he's playing the game. I mean, they have the Kampala Amendment on aggression. I mean, this is what we're learning, and this is what the perpetrators learn. You say the right things and you get to the right places, and maybe then people will say it's okay. I mean, we just saw Putin do this a week ago or last week. Oh, there's a genocide, we have to go in there. He just said the word and that was it, right? Like, he just went flying in there. And I think that's what's happening is, so I think Museveni, I don't see a disconnect between him and the people that came before him, which makes it all more important for, I think, us to talk about the past. And I do know that his opposition groups who ran against him are claiming that these elections aren't even fair because he has continued on the same structure as Idi Amin and Obote before him.
Okay, so we have time for one more question, and I said to Barry, Ibrahima is raising a question.
No, I don't really have a question. If a person have a question, I would give it. It's just to add on your point.
Yeah, I see Rebecca, I think, has a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think Rebecca has a question here.
Rebecca?
Yes, I can read it. How do we separate this Western ideology of human rights from basic level understanding of right and wrong and human dignity?
Yeah, so I was just actually going to respond in writing to that because I wasn't sure if we were going to get. So what I will say is this: I believe, and I could be wrong, I'm not an anthropologist, but I'm almost positive in every culture in the world, there's a concept of dignity that exists and a concept of respect. And I think the way to de-Westernize this idea is to use those concepts in those cultures and promote that. And that is exactly what I had mentioned in the chat before about the Congress of Nations and States, because that's what that movement does, is it brings the nations from around the world to sit on equal footing with the states to say, okay, you want to address climate change? Well, we have the way we do it, and you need to listen to us because you're on our territories doing this nonsense that you're doing. So we got to all be part of the conversation. So I think that's what I would think would be the way to move that forward, because I don't think there's any culture in the world that doesn't have those ideas. Whether or not it's a literal translation is a different story, but it's the same thing. On human rights is dignity, respect, and then I'm sure in every culture as well, there's a concept of justice. And sometimes I think we have to promote that instead of using the colloquial terms that we're using, which is why people think it's a Western thing.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'm so glad and delighted that you about your this year latest comment, because that's it echoes what I articulated in my most recent book on human rights. So where I basically argued that it's human rights is a human thing. It's in every culture, So the West articulated it in their own way, but there's this respect for dignity in every culture, and we cannot just outsource this respect for individuals that exist in our culture to the West. Yeah, so I love how you articulated it. Thank you very much. So it looks like we have run out of time, and I thank Regina Palos for this wonderful presentation that takes us back to our core issue of how to protect this animal called a human being. So, and how to prevent arbitrary killing of people. So thank you very much, and I thank all of you for this wonderful day. It's been rich in ideas, in conversation, in practice of Ubuntu, and every other thing you want to add to it. So in my own position as the MC of this of today's session, I thank you from my heart, and hope that you come back tomorrow for another promisingly beautiful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
this
you,
was
everyone.
wonderful. We learned a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
And
See
I
you
also
tomorrow.
want to say really thank you for the presenters for accommodating our hiccups. I really, really appreciate you. It was last minute, but you rolled with us. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.